expect from me, Stanley?
Just forgive me.
Crocodile tears? Once a cheater, always a cheater.
When there's trouble in paradise, what do? Watch the story unfold in a brand new season of Mirrors in Paradise, Saturdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 6:30 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them friends to you.
Put germs and manners with these. Cover your mouth when you talk and sneeze. Wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. To be sick, take care. Practice every day. No germs on it. Message from the Ministry of Health.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happens, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so. And I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay so.
Integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
No more guarantors for student loan. Your government cares about your education, and we don't want you to ever have to worry about going to university. The Students' Loan Bureau has a loan for you, so you can focus on your future.
Give yourself a fighting chance. A word-approved helmet. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Jamaica improve, heart free, wages increase, housing scheme a bill up. We have more opportunities, roads bill, and the dollar stable. We are building Jamaica.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement. and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can. And here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP Procurement Tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Hi everyone. Here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets, and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics, and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint, and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Jamaica. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public. While on the road to republic, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We are the road to republic.
Message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports programs, and more? There is. It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and the protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the project needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation. So if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign, and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Come on.
This house is now in session. This honorable house now resume its sitting. I wish to welcome all to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives this Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It is always a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all, and I trust that today's proceedings will progress in its usual productive manner and always in keeping with the provision of the standing orders. I would like to extend a special welcome to those who are joining us in the gallery. The Cartridge College, Central Manchester, represented by Member of Parliament Rhoda Moy Crawford, as well as those online via the various social media platform and PBCJ live stream. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Robert Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terlong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Miss Morrison, Miss Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Seawright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Mrs. Malahu Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Miss Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Miss Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you.
Statement by ministers. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation for the financial year 2017-2018, report on the appropriation account head 5,000 recurrent Auditor General's Department for the financial year 2023-2024, and its related ministry paper numbered 1 of 2026 titled Certified Appropriation Accounts Head 5,000 Auditor General's Department for the financial year 2023-2024, and Auditor General's Department Appropriation Account 2023-2024 Head 5,000 recurrent.
There was an live stream on the screen earlier for those who were here early. Announcement about the CPA post-election seminar. I would like to encourage all members to make every effort to attend the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association post-election seminar, which will take place next Wednesday, January 28th through to Friday, January 30th, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day at Gordon House. This seminar promises to be a highly informative and practical experience covering key areas such as the leadership development, effectively engaging with parliamentary procedures, and strengthening collaboration with the clerk committees and the wider parliamentary staff to improve efficiency and effectiveness in our work. We are also privileged to welcome a distinguished group of experts from CPA, Part Americas, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, the UK, and Canada. This will be an excellent opportunity for learning, exchange, and professional growth, and I strongly encourage all members to be present and participate fully. It is important that all parliamentarians attend. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection Junior Crescent Housing Project, Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 13th day of January 2026, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House for consideration and report. Further, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Also, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that this Honourable House appoints a select committee comprising of the following members: Honourable Olivia Grange, Honourable Kerencia Morrison, Honourable Tova Hamilton, Honourable Delano Seavright, Honourable Donovan Williams, Ms. Denise Daly, and Ms. Nikisha Burchell to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on the Green Paper 01205, National Policy for Culture, Entertainment and the Creative Economy 2025 to 2035. Be it resolved that this Honourable House also appoints a select committee comprising of the following members: Honourable Juliet Cuthbert Finn, Honourable Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, Honourable Tova Hamilton, Honourable Donovan Williams, Mr. Dwayne Smith, Ms. Zulika Jess, and Mr. Haisat Buchanan, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on an act to facilitate the implementation of child diversion in the criminal justice system and for connected matters. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions notice of which was given.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce, and I've read a first-time bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
Questions and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, there is a question standing in my name that the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining was scheduled to answer today. I notice he is not in the House. Can I assume that this matter will be recommitted? This item will be recommitted when the Minister arrives?
Thank you very much. The leader of government business was prepared to answer your question, but was detained on a personal matter. But he's making his best effort to attend. If not, your questions will be answered when he sits in the House again. If he's not here today, he's trying his very best to come today. But if he doesn't come, then at the next sitting it will be answered. So my apologies to you.
Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026.
Members, the question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motions be approved.
The question is that the motions, notice of which minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister with responsibility for justice would have not forgiven us if we did not approve the committee for child diversion. So it's a very important development in his ministry, which will assist a lot of young children. We will now move to having a debate on the Financial Administration and Audit Act Amendment, as well as the Financial Investigation Division Amendment by the Minister of Finance. And then later on, we'll be discussing the Jury Amendment Act 2026 by the Minister of Justice.
Madam Minister.
Sure.
Minister, just indicate first which one you're taking.
I'm doing the amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here before this Honorable House today to commence the debate on the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the FAA Act, to remove the cap on the maximum amount that may be held in the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, NNDRF, cease mandatory annual transfers from the Consolidated Fund to the NNDRF once the balance is at or above $10 billion, and to remove Section 13A 1AI, which makes provision for the transfer of $200 million from the Consolidated Fund to the NNDRF during the financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, Before conducting the clause-by-clause examination of the bill, I feel that it is important to remind this Honourable House that the NNDRF was established pursuant to an amendment to the FAA Act in June 2024. Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House may recall that this amendment to establish the NNDRF was to provide a disaster risk management facility that would enable an immediate financial response to a disaster affecting Jamaica that has either a fiscal impact equivalent to or greater than 1.5% of GDP, or about $55 billion, which triggers a disbursement under a natural disaster instrument held by or on behalf of the government of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, currently Section 13A1 of the FAA Act provides that the NNDRF shall consist of issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank Account, from the triggering of natural disaster instruments, and from other indicated sources of flows, such that the maximum amount of the NNDRF shall be $10 billion. However, it's important to note that as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28, 2025, the disaster coverage for Jamaica was well in excess of $10 billion at approximately $115.7 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Melissa, having triggered several of these instruments, has resulted in an expected flow of resources well in excess of the $10 billion, the maximum legislated for the NNDRF. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica's robust disaster risk financing framework enabled a rapid flow of funds to meet urgent response needs. The framework facilitated an immediate inflow of critical liquidity to supplement the government's own contingency resources. For this, we are grateful to our international partners in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment will seek to remove the cap of $10 billion, the maximum that currently applies to the amount that can be held in the NNDRF, and that the mandatory annual transfers from the consolidated fund cease once the NNDRF is at or above $10 billion. It is also proposed that Section 13A1AI, which required a transfer of $200 million from the consolidated fund to the NNDRF during financial year 2023-24 be removed. This is being done, Mr. Speaker, because the NNDRF was neither approved nor operational during that financial year. And so if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the bill. So the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026, clause by clause. The short title, Clause 1, Mr. Speaker, addresses preliminary issues of the bill. It sets out the short title, construction and commencement of the Act, which is cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026, and must be read and construed as one with the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Clause 2 amends Section 13A1 of the FAA Act, which establishes the NNDRF and provides for its funding with issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank Account. This amendment proposes the deletion of the requirement of $200 million that was to be issued to the NNDRF in the aggregate in the financial year 2023-24, then $1 billion during the financial year 2024-2025, and thereafter no less than $400 million annually, so that the sums paid into the fund does not exceed $10 billion. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this amendment proposes the deletion of the aforementioned provision and to replace same with a provision that states that the NNDRF shall be funded with issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank Account, such that the amount is not less than $400 million annually, so that no issue would be required of an amount that would result in the NNDRF exceeding $10 billion. Sorry. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and provides an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons speaks to the fiscal response required to remove the cap of $10 billion on the amount that can be paid into the NNDRF and to remove the mandated requirement of annual issues from the Consolidated Fund once the NNDRF reaches the amount of $10 billion. I therefore seek the support of the members of this Honorable House in passing this bill, subject to any amendments made here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Andrews South Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm seeking clarity on a couple of matters. One, do the proceeds from the insurance payouts, whether they be the cat bond or the ones from CRIF, do those proceeds get paid into this particular fund? That's my first question. If that's so, then it's absolutely understandable why the 10 billion figure would be woefully low. And is there, in your contemplation of removing the cap, are you thinking of a higher figure, or you're just going to have no ceiling in terms of what that figure could be? We have obviously experienced a hurricane which has been considered the worst ever. And as such, we don't know whether we will be in this position in the future. So is there a contemplation of a ceiling or none whatsoever? And third, is there a requirement that if the funds are used up from this fund, do they have to be at the beginning of the next financial year taken from the consolidated fund to put back into it? I know I'm not sure if it is this particular fund, but my recollection is that there's a requirement that we reimburse if we use from a particular fund, if it's this disaster fund. So I'm just seeking clarity on those matters.
Member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what you're seeking to do here today, I think, is uncontroversial. The establishment of this fund was done by a bill passed in 2024 that amended the Financial Administration and Audit Act. And what you're seeking to do here is to amend one paragraph of the provisions that were enacted by the 2024 bill. You mentioned in your presentation that in replacing that paragraph, which is paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 13A, you mentioned that one of the reasons for the amendment to A and the replacement of A is that in its existing form, it made reference to $200 million being put into this fund from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank account during the financial year 2023-2024. And you made the point that the fund had not yet been established. What you didn't make reference to, though, was the next subparagraph, which is also being replaced. So, subparagraph Roman 2, which spoke to the need to put up to $1 billion in the fund during the financial year 2024-2025. And given that you had explained why you were replacing subparagraph 1, your omission in making a reference to subparagraph 2, which is also being replaced, made me wonder why you hadn't explained that as well. And is it that, what was the reason for replacing subparagraph 2? Is it that it didn't happen, that an amount up to $1 billion was put in the fund in the fiscal year 2024-2025? Is that why it's being replaced? I don't know. But I'm interested to find out why we're replacing that, if it in fact happened. The other point I want to make is this. Well, first of all, there is not a cap on the overall fund of $10 billion because the fund is comprised of a variety of potential sources of resources. Issues from the consolidated fund are dealt with by paragraph A, and those are the ones that are capped at $10 billion. But there are several other sources. For example, B, which are amounts received by the government from triggering national disaster instruments held by or on behalf of the government. So those are a separate source and are not covered by the $10 billion. And as you have indicated, although I didn't hear the date, and I asked you what the date was, but you didn't repeat it. You mentioned the figure in the fund of 115 approximately billion. I don't know at what date that was, but clearly that's way in excess of $10 billion. And it's not unlawful because the cap only applies to amounts put into the fund from the consolidated fund, but the cap does not apply to the proceeds of national disaster instruments. Other potential sources are in C, unspent balances existing in any appropriation at the end of a fiscal year. So if there are unspent balances, the minister can determine that some or all of those unspent balances should go into this fund. Grants received, indeed, grants received from any source, specifically in relation to the objectives of the fund. So if Jamaica received a grant, which was specifically for natural disaster-related relief, it should go into this fund. And E says such returns earned from investment monies in the fund, as may be determined by the minister. This suggests that the fund is actually a separate and segregated fund that can be invested to earn interest, whether on deposit or otherwise. And makes me wonder why we don't have accounts being produced of this fund, if that is the case. You know, there should be financial statements for this fund so we can see what's going on with it. And F says any other sources of funding approved by the minister by order subject to affirmative resolution for the purpose. So there are 6 different named sources of funding for this fund, of which A, which is a consolidated fund itself, is only one. And it is that one that is capped at 10 billion. But the others have no cap and could be as large as we are able to get them to be. One question I had for you, though, in relation to the wording of paragraph A, as this amendment would have it. It says, issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank account of not less than $400 million annually. And then it goes on to say, so, however, that no issue shall be required under this paragraph of an amount that would result in the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund exceeding $10 billion. And my question when I read it is, why are we keeping a cap? In other words, we know that we're susceptible to these deadly or devastating natural disasters. We've had 2 in 2 years. We know that global warming and climate change are realities that are going to be confronting us in the years to come. If there's an annual cap or annual floor of $400 million, which is in the scheme of things a modest sum, why do we want to retain a cap on the cash push amounts that go from the budget into this fund at $10 billion, which is where it was originally? I understand you're saying we are removing the cap, but we're also saying that once you reach 10 billion, you no longer have to make any contributions from the budget to this fund. And I'm just wondering whether that's prudent. I would have thought that we should, given the era we're in, we should continue to have the discipline of making these contributions annually, especially since there's no obligation to reimburse the fund. I can't find it anyway. I've looked. I don't see where in 13.8 says if you draw down on the fund because there's been a disaster which has to be dealt with, there's no obligation to top it back up over a certain number of fiscal years or anything of that nature. So given that there's no obligation in the law to reimburse the fund, why are we keeping a limit? When I say a limit, why are we saying that you don't have to make contributions out of the budget of at least $400 million a year on an ongoing basis, regardless of whether the fund has reached 10 billion or not? That's really my question for you. Speaking for myself, I think we should just delete the words in the bill that come after the word annually in paragraph A and continue to contribute $400 million a year to this fund on an ongoing basis, regardless of where the amount is. Because 10 billion, as we've seen, is totally inadequate to address the likely consequences of any serious national disaster. So that's my suggestion there. I have one other comment, which is not on the content of the bill, but is more on the legislative process. And this has been triggered by my experience with this bill. So when I received the bill, when it was tabled last week, it was in long form, and it's an amending bill. I wanted to see the principal act, to see what was being changed, because on reading the bill in isolation, you have no idea of what it's doing or what it's saying. I tried on Parliament's website to find a complete copy, up-to-date copy of the Financial Administration Audit Act, or even of the legislation that had introduced this fund. Neither the bill that did that, nor the act that resulted when that bill was passed were available on Parliament's website. And, Mr. Speaker, I must complain about the management of the website of Parliament in relation to legislation. It is not being kept current. I looked on it, there was one act for 2025 on the website of Parliament. And the 2024 did not have the Financial Administration Amendment Act 2024, which is a legislation that introduced this fund into our law. I checked on the Ministry of Justice's website. It's not there. Because the Ministry of Justice's website only has the revised laws of Jamaica on it, and that the revised laws, colleagues, are the laws that result when the Acts of Parliament go through a law revision process, which the law revision commissioners oversee a process that is a technical process, that is to make sure that what goes into the revised laws is an accurate statement of the law, because so many of the legislation that we pass are amending. So you're changing this and changing that, and it's almost like creating a puzzle and making sure all the pieces of the puzzle are properly configured in the amending pages. So they haven't reached 2024 yet. So you can't find any legislation on the Ministry of Justice's website for 2024, much less 2025 or 2026. So I was at a loss. So I had to reach out to the Ministry of Finance and to the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, and they very kindly were able to provide me with the 2024 Amendment Act, which is this, which has enabled me to make this presentation here today. This is not good enough, Mr. Speaker. Our laws are important. Access to our laws are fundamental to the rule of law in the country. And I really think we need to do better, and the necessary human or other resources need to be put in place to ensure that the website of Parliament has all bills and all acts that have been passed or tabled or passed in this Parliament on a current basis. Too often, I have to be emailing Parliament and they tell me it's not yet done, and it is a chaotic and chaka-chaka system of running the Parliament and the legislative side of it. I had to raise that today, Mr. Speaker, because I think, these are not resource-constrained things. This is just a question of putting a little bit of effort and priority behind it because it is important. And it is very important that we do that. So going back to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, Minister, as I've said, it is uncontroversial. I do not understand why we are retaining a cap, so to speak, on the contributions that can be made into this fund, or at least saying that once 10 billion is in there, the consolidated fund, we no longer have to make annual contributions from the budget to the fund of at least 400 million. I think that is I would say we must make those contributions every year because we know the times we're living in. We will need the money sooner or later, and it's good that it's there when we need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Northeast asked, do the proceeds, Southeast, just across the street from me. Do the proceeds get paid into this fund? And Mr. Speaker, the short answer is yes, we direct it. We direct proceeds into the NNDRF. And the next question was, if we use from a particular fund, do we reimburse? If the funds go into the NNDRF, and if we use it out of that, what we try to do is to ensure that our national natural disaster risk financing framework continues to be maintained. So, for example, in the recent disaster, the facility from CRIF was triggered. We got the funding, and shortly after that, we restored that facility. We signed off on the continuation of the facility. No obligation. Approximately $115.7 billion. No, this is the amount that we would expect to, when everything is said and done, that is the amount that would have flowed through that from all insurance, from our IFIs, from everywhere into that fund. Right, but it's also a catastrophe, right? Catastrophe bond as well. And we are speaking to our partners to restore the global cap bond, the one that was purchased on the international markets. you would think that investors would shy away from catastrophe bond after this, but the opposite, because they recognize the efficiency of the market. And when you look at their portfolios, they're able to buy small amounts. So you have many investors participating in a bond, catastrophe bond, for example. Yeah. All right. And the member from St. Andrews Southern, I know you recognize that it's uncontroversial, and it is. In all of your remarks that you went through, the one question that I have from that is, why are we keeping a cap from the funds that flow from the budget? Is this prudent? Why are we saying the Consol does not have to make a contribution? So the member from St. Andrews Southern, in the old days, a fund such as this would have a small contribution from central budget, and to the extent that the budget in another year could put something into the fund, it would put into the fund or not put into the fund. And so you find that there wasn't any structure to Jamaica's national natural disaster risk financing. This government has taken it on to bring a framework to disaster risk financing. And so rather than just depending on the budget for a transfer into the fund, we have looked wide and far and found instruments, financial instruments, to bring into this framework of different, different nature. You saw in the instance of the global catastrophe bond that was issued on the international market. In the case of the CRIF, that was our Caribbean partner who helped us with that facility. We pulled together as well our IFIs, international financial entities, and at the end of all that, we had a very robust national natural disaster financing framework. And the rest is history in terms of the performance of that fund, with the different layers that include, in the first instance, the government's own funds into the NNDRF. And we also had contingency fund, and then layered on top of that was the CRIF, IDB contingent facility, World Bank catastrophe bond, the global catastrophe bond, the IMF rapid financing instrument. So they're two different ones. So yes, we could continue to fund from the budget. But again, our budget is required to do all kinds of things. There are all kinds of calls on the budget. So if we are able to have our international partners, the global financial market, and all those entities help us to put together this framework and have it funded, I think it's a more disciplined way to go about having a national natural disaster risk financing resources at our disposal. And we saw how quickly those funds were able to be dispersed. And we are going to continue to build it out. We're looking at different types of instruments for different, not just for hurricanes, but for other types of disasters, so that we are ready in the event Jamaica is hit again by something. We're ready with the instruments that can quickly deploy and give us the needed finances to be able to begin the relief effort right away. So that should answer your question. Why are we not keeping a cap? Why are we keeping a cap from the funds flow from the consolidated fund? It's because of our ability to establish and to get way more financing otherwise than we could from the budget because of the many calls on the budget. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrews Southeastern with a follow-up question. Follow-up question.
So, sorry, just one follow-up question. Appreciating the importance of the payouts from the insurance, the different insurances, the cat bonds, we have seen how even with those payouts, it really has been inadequate in comparison to the damage. Is the government in discussions with our creditors to discuss provisions within those loan facilities that if there is a disaster, that it would defer whether principal or interest payments? I know other countries like Barbados have done this, and it's estimated that we would have been able to defer up to $2 billion US. Defer, not cancel, but defer, which would ease some pressure on the government at this particular time. So the question is, are you having those discussions, and will that become a feature of our debt going forward?
So in our debt with our international partners, that clause exists in many of that clause already exists, and in new debt going forward, we will ensure we've indicated already that we would like that those kinds of clauses to continue in those instruments. It becomes a little bit more difficult when you issue debt on the international market, right? But if you're right, so it's easier to negotiate with our partners or international partners than on the international market. But that is something, if we ever go to market, that we would try to do.
House Leader. Sorry. Minister, you can now ask for the second reading. The minister.
Mr. Speaker, I conclude the debate on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, read for a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I now put clauses 1 and 2. Individual. Okay. I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I now put clause 2.
know how, yeah, thank you.
Mike.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I had proposed an amendment to clause 2, which would have deleted the proviso, i.e. all the words after annually in the clause, on the basis that given the situation we're living in and the environment and climatic conditions that we face, the prudent thing would be for the fund to be continually built up year by year from what is really a modest contribution from the budget of 400 million as a minimum. Your response to that was saying, well, we have these other arrangements that are satisfactory, so we really don't need to stretch the budget out any longer once we reach 10 billion. For the record, I don't think that's a satisfactory response. I think that we should continue to contribute to this fund. I agree with you that times have changed and have shown the importance of discipline around financing of disaster relief. I do commend the government for the efforts it has made over the years with that. I commend Dr. Omar Davis for being instrumental in the establishment of the CRIF as an insurance facility for the region. But we are where we are, and I think that we ought not to say once the thing is at 10 billion that we no longer have to make any further budgetary contributions to it. I mean, for example, the parametric insurance that we have is you can't say it's reliable. I mean, when Beryl hit, we didn't get a cent from the cat bonds, although the damage was very substantial. Your predecessor minister came here and explained the grid and the biometric pressure limits, and that we can't quite qualify it. So although we suffered many billions of dollars of damage, way in excess of 10 from Beryl, and indeed there are people still reeling from Beryl who have not fully recovered. That we didn't get a cent from the cat bond then. And so I think that one thing we can be sure of is self-reliance. And we ought to make an annual contribution in this era to the fund. And I'm going to propose that amendment that all of the words following the word annually in the new paragraph A, which is in clause 2 of the bill, be deleted.
So, member, we will continue to look to search for different instruments for the fund. Just because the cap bond did not trigger last year in Beryl, that doesn't mean that funds were not flowing in from other instruments. CRIF, there was funds that came from CRIF, there are funds that came from other instruments, and our preferred way as a government is to look for different types of instruments to put into this disaster risk financing framework so that we have surety about what we'll be able to receive.
Minister, I hear you, and I agree 100% that we need to have an array of different sources of relief to deal with natural disasters. And there are credit lines, there are these bonds, there are insurance policies, etc., and there's the budget. Now, the point really is, why are we capping our contributions from the budget? Given that we know that whatever it is, the totality of what the coverage that we have is a fraction of the damage that these massive disasters can cause. The physical damage from Melissa has been quantified with reasonable accuracy at, I think, 8.8 billion US. That's the physical damage to Jamaican assets, private and public. Not to mention the non-physical losses, the damage to business and the economy and so on. So the sum of the total of what you're expecting by way of flows for this fund, including the cat bond and the credit lines and the CRIF insurance, etc., is $115 billion, which is not even 1 billion US. So it's not even, it's not even, it's not even, it's about 15% of the physical losses that the country has sustained. So to say that we're gonna cover it in other ways is really fictional. And that is why I propose the amendment I've proposed. But anyway, the minister is not in favor of it. We can move on.
Minister, if I could.
Prime Minister, your mic is on.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader of the opposition's point is not to be dismissed. And I interpret what he's saying to be that the National Disaster Risk Fund should be at its highest level possible. And nobody argues with that point. But remember the framework that we have, where we have different funds for different levels of risk. So the National Disaster Risk Fund is meant to be your first call, essentially, to deal with what is usually described as low intensity, low risk incidents that occur. And therefore, what the Ministry of Finance is trying to do is to gauge what that kind of low intensity disaster, low risk disaster would be. And then if you go past low intensity disaster, then there is another kind of instrument that addresses it. And I think that they have come up with that framework, which works. So it's not that we don't want the fund to be huge, but remember, when we sequester funds from the consolidated fund, it increases the fiscal pressure because you can't use those funds for anything else other than disaster. So it's a balancing act. And I think that where we are with the threshold that we have set, we have struck the right balance. So it's not to dismiss the validity of the argument, but bear in mind what we have said. Taking funds out of the consolidated funds increases the fiscal pressure, and that there are other instruments and other financial arrangements that can be made to address frequency, intensity, and risk of other disasters.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, just for the purpose of accuracy, I just want to make a couple of points in response to the Prime Minister. First of all, we're not talking about modest or small losses here, because in order to draw down any money from this fund, the Fiscal Commission has to certify that the estimated fiscal impact of the disaster is at least 1.5% of GDP, which I think the Minister had indicated is over $50 billion. So we're talking about substantial disasters is what this fund is for. Secondly, all of your matrix or layers go into this fund. So the cat bond proceeds come into the fund, because if you look at paragraph B of 13A, it says all amounts received by the government from the triggering of national disaster instruments held by or on behalf of the government all come in. There are different sources of what goes into this fund to fund the losses. My only point is, I don't see the relevance of saying that once you get to 10 billion from the consolidated fund over time, you no longer have to make the annual contribution to it of $400 million. 400 million Jamaican dollars is what the law says you have to make available each fiscal year to this fund, but it caps it at 10 billion. And what this amendment does, it says, once you reach 10 billion, you no longer have to make those contributions. I'm just questioning that the sense of that or the prudence of that in the era in which we live. I only made this point in response to yours because I just wanted to make it clear the overall parameters of how this fund works.
So if Mr. Chairman, thank you again for allowing me. So again, once we are taking out of the consolidated fund, taking out of revenues that we have earned, and we're locking it off in a fund, it's no longer available for anything else. And therefore, we have to manage the fiscal pressures that will arise if we keep taking out of the consolidated fund to locking it off in specific and special funds. I say the consideration that we ask the House to bear in mind.
Minister, are we going to take the amendment? I now put clause 2. Those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I am putting an amendment. I'm proposing an amendment to the bill. And the amendment I've articulated very clear. I'm saying delete from clause 2 in the new paragraph A all words following the word annually. Put the amendment and you can.
Sorry, I am being advised that the minister is consulting. So as soon as she's ready, we'll. You're ready now, Minister. Okay, so we are going to put clause 2 with the proposed amendment. Those in favor? Did I hear all ayes? There's a divide. There's a divide. Clark. No, dear. No. 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 I heard divide. I heard divide, and I repeat. No, I was only repeating the situation.
So, Miss.
I want to confirm
your time.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I called the divide on the beginning of the vote.
And I did repeat that you said it.
Thank you very much, sir.
I called on the clerk now to take the vote.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
All right. On the question of the proposed amendment, Mr. Azan. Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Chuck.
No.
No. Mr. Chuck, your vote is?
Clark. Members, remember now, the house have to be absolutely quiet so that the clerk can hear, or else he's going to take what he thinks.
Mr. Chuck. Mr. Cousins. Mr. Crawford. Miss Crawford. Mrs. Clutworth Flynn. Miss Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golding. Mr. Gordon. Miss Grange. Mr. Green. Miss Hamilton. Mr. Hales. Mr. Hines. Dr. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Miss Jess. Miss Lee. Miss Lee. Miss Lee. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Ambassador Marks. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Miss Morrison. Miss Nita Garvey. Mrs. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Miss Perkis. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Seabright. Mr. Shaw. Miss Shaw. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terlong. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Williams Delroy. Mr. Donovan Williams. Mrs. Williams. And Mr. Witter.
Minister, you want to say something?
Right. So, Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that it doesn't mean that we would not contribute more to the NNDRF. It's just that we're not making it mandatory. We're taking the mandatory nature out of it.
The result of the divide is 23 ayes, 28 noes, and 11 absent. The noes carry. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? I now put the title in a clause. Those in favor? Those against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment or without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister. Ask that the bill be ready.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for a third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a third time and passed.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, we are now going to go to the Financial Investigation Division Amendment Act. Again, allow me to welcome the students from the Cartridge College. I hope they are enjoying Parliament. I remind the members that the students are watching, observing the behavior. The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Before you, madam. Members, we were doing very well. Let us continue. Minister, you may.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Investigations Division Act, the statute establishing the Financial Investigations Division, or FID, seeks to incorporate the necessary functions that will facilitate both local financial crime investigations as well as cooperation with other countries. The responsibilities of the division include investigations, collection of information and maintenance of intelligence databases, management of seized, restrained, and forfeited properties, and collaboration with local and foreign law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, the FID is also the National Center for the receipt and analysis of transaction reports and other relevant information. They're also the National Center for the dissemination of the results of that analysis. The FID was admitted into membership of the Egmont Group in 2014. The Egmont Group, which was established in 1995, facilitates international collaboration and cooperation between financial intelligence units to combat money laundering, financing of terrorism, proliferation financing, and predicate offenses. The goal of the Egmont Group is to provide a forum for the financial intelligence units around the world to obtain support, including the expansion and systematic international cooperation in the reciprocal exchange of information, fostering better and secure communication among financial intelligence units through the application of technology, fostering increased coordination and support among the operational divisions of member FIUs, which is the short form of financial intelligence units, promoting the operational autonomy of FIUs and promoting the establishment of FIUs in conjunction with jurisdictions with an anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, counter-proliferation financing, or AML, CFT, CPF program in place or in areas with a program in the early stages of development. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, in 2017, the Financial Action Task Force / Caribbean Financial Action Task Force approved the Mutual Evaluation Report, MER, for which Jamaica was rated partially compliant for recommendation 40, which deals with international cooperation. A low mutual evaluation report rating serves as a trigger for a close review by the Egmont Group. The Egmont Group identified areas of deficiency in the Financial Investigations Division Act, which they interpreted as the division not being operationally independent and autonomous. Mr. Speaker, this bill, contained in the proposal to amend the FID Act, seeks to address the issues relating to independence and to ensure that FID complies with the Financial Action Task Force standards and principles of Egmont, thus maintaining membership. Further, Mr. Speaker, the amendment is also pertinent to ensure that Jamaica is better prepared for the 5th round of the Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation, as international cooperation is one of the focus areas to test for effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of the bill are set out as follows. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 12 of the Act by, in paragraph A, deleting the marginal note and inserting new marginal note to describe the purpose of provisions of Section 12, which is the exchange of information. In paragraph B, deleting subsections 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8, and inserting new subsections 1 to 4. Listing in the new subsection 1 the regulatory counterpart and the purpose for which the FID may exchange information. It stipulates that the exchange may be with a local public body, foreign financial intelligence department, or an association of such body, and for the purposes of investigation and the prosecution of financial crime. Stipulating in the new subsection 2 that the FID may exchange information with the bodies mentioned before to enable the division or that body or financial intelligence department or association of departments to exercise regulatory functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations and proceedings to enforce laws administered. Requiring in the new subsection 4 that the FID to enter into a memorandum of understanding or other arrangements with the public body or foreign financial intelligence department or association before the disclosure of information. It also seeks to remove the requirement for approval by the minister before the FID can enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, or other arrangements, thus ensuring operational independence. Nevertheless, to ensure accountability, provisions in subsection 4 also stipulate that any such memorandum of understanding or other arrangement entered into by FID must be done in accordance with the Constitution of Jamaica, the laws of Jamaica, and government policy. Government policy that will be considered include anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, counter-proliferation financing, secrecy, cybersecurity, data protection, Mutual Assistance Criminal Matters Act, Sharing of Forfeited Property Act, and time frame for retention of information. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the existing constitutional safeguards, foreign relations policies governing how and with whom FID enters into foreign agreements, and relevant legislation, including but not limited to the Data Protection Act and the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, the MLAT framework, collectively provide assurance that the FID is unlikely to engage in actions outside its legal and constitutional authority, including enter into MOUs with entities lacking requisite permissions and procedures. The new subsection 4 at paragraph B also stipulates the responsibility for confidentiality and permission by the FID before any further disclosure by the relevant party as defined in subsection 3. Seeking in paragraph C to amend subsection 9 to ensure that regulations relating to the exchange of information for the purposes of investigation and prosecution of financial crimes have parliamentary oversight by including the requirement for them to be subject to affirmative resolution. Mr. Speaker, the information shared among local public bodies or in financial intelligence department or an association of such body is for intelligence purposes only and cannot be used for evidential purposes in a court of law. Mr. Speaker, the bill to amend the Financial Investigations Division Act is an important amendment which seeks to ensure that the FID exchanges information with its regulatory and investigative counterpart in an independent manner necessary to carry out investigations, while at the same time ensuring that the proper protocols and accountability are in place for such disclosures. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is also critical to ensure that FID continues to be eligible for membership in the Egmont Group and complies with the international standards of the Financial Action Task Force, thus improving Jamaica's rating specifically as it relates to recommendation 40, which deals with international cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the primary motivation for the amendment is being driven by, I would say, external factors and pressures, FATF, and also to maintain membership in the Egmont Group. What I would want to ask, Minister, I'm aware that there are MOUs between the FID and other local agencies, for example, MOCA, possibly the Integrity Commission. Is it that the amendment that you're proposing now will supersede those MOUs? And is it that in the exchange of information, either way, that FID will still require an MOU from any other local or overseas entity, or will the amendment be to the Act allow the Chief Technical Director the discretion to determine who he shares or receives information from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Financial Investigations Division and its role in the context of law enforcement in Jamaica, especially in the area of financial crimes, is an important institutional advance which has been with us now for well over a decade. As the Minister had indicated, the Egmont group of countries are like-minded in their determination to stamp out financial crimes and see the cooperation between their members as vital to the efficiency of that objective. And therefore, it is important that Jamaica's law be constantly kept abreast of any requirements that may emerge so that we are considered to be reliable partners by other countries within the Egmont group, and that the law facilitates the type of mutual cooperation which is needed to effectively tackle financial crimes, domestic and international. Accordingly, the bill enjoys the support of the opposition insofar as it pursues that objective. I have 2 points I wanted to raise in relation to the actual draft before us. The first point, and I'm going to take them in not in order of importance, but in the order that they come in the bill itself. So in clause 2 of the bill, which amends section 12 of the Principal Act, there is some new sections which are replacing existing sections in section 12. And in the new subsection 2, there is a reference which I wondered if it is sufficiently clear what the scope of it is. So subsection 2 says that the Chief Technical Director, who is the head of the FID, the Financial Investigations Division, may give to or receive from any public body in Jamaica or any foreign financial intelligence department or association of such departments any information necessary to enable the division or that body or department or association of departments, as the case may be, to exercise regulatory functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations and proceedings. And these are the words I'm concerned about: to enforce laws administered by the division, body, department, or association of departments. Now, it isn't clear to me what laws are administered by the FID. Because when you look at the FID Act, it doesn't list, to the best of my knowledge, those laws which are to be administered by the FID. It, in broad terms, speaks to what the objects of the FID are. And it says, for example, that the objects of the FID are to investigate all categories of financial crimes, to collect information and maintain intelligence databases on financial crimes, etc. But we're using a formulation here of laws administered by the division. Now, there could be, for example, a situation in which a breach of the Companies Act has arisen in an area which constitutes potentially a financial crime. It could be to do with ultimate beneficial ownership of a company in Jamaica, for example, and the question of who really owns this company and what have you. Now, is that section of that law which could be engaged. Could it be said that the Companies Act is administered by the FID? Clearly not, because it isn't. The Companies Act is administered by the Companies Office of Jamaica. So, and that's just one example. And I could probably cite several potential situations in which the FID might be wishing to investigate a matter and have jurisdiction to do so under the FID Act and the scope of it. But it couldn't be said that the law that is engaged in that investigation is a law that's administered by the division. And so I was questioning the formulation of the words used, because it's a scoping provision. It goes to the jurisdiction to share this information. That's what this provision does. So if the scope is too narrow or is unclear, it could be problematic. It could be contested in court, for example, and that sort of thing. So I was wondering whether a better formulation could be considered. I had attempted one. I'm not saying it's by any means perfect, but I was suggesting, for example, rather than talk about civil criminal administrative investigations proceedings to enforce laws administered by the division, you could say civil criminal administrative investigations proceedings to enforce laws, the enforcement of which fall within the statutory functions of the division, which is a bit broader than the idea of the division administering those specific laws, which it may not, in fact, do. So that's a technical point, and the drafters can consider it and see if they feel there's any merit to it or not. But it's an important point because it goes to the scope of this amendment, and therefore is the sort of thing that if there's a problem with it, it could be contested in court. The other point I wanted to raise is in relation to the new subsection 4 of clause 12. And this is setting out the parameters in which the chief technical director is authorized to disclose information about a Jamaican citizen, potentially to a foreign department, foreign law enforcement agency. And in paragraph B, it says that the chief technical director has to be satisfied. And in subparagraph 2, it says the information to be disclosed to the relevant party, which would be the overseas law enforcement agency, for example, or a public body here in Jamaica, that information, that disclosure is required for the purposes of the relevant party's functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations. That's fine. I agree with that. So if the disclosure is required for the purposes of that entity's functions, then yes, I can see why we'd want to share that information. But the question to my mind is, why would you want to share it with them if it's not required for the purposes of their functions? And if you look at subparagraph 1 of B, it allows the disclosure as an alternative. It's disjunctive. So it may not be required for the purposes of that entity's functions, but yet the chief technical director could share it with them, could disclose it to them. And that I have a problem with. I don't see why we would be doing that. Why would we be allowing the sharing of information which is not required by the functions of the entity that's receiving the information? And to me, that opens the door too wide. And I would like to see that door have appropriate limits around it. Yes, subsection 1 says that if you're going on the basis that it may not be required for their functions, but you're sharing sharing it with them nonetheless, you need to have a confidentiality undertaking from them, or some other written undertaking from them not to disclose it. But that to me is not sufficient. If it's not required for their functions, then why should it be shared with them at all? And I don't know the answer to that question, and that's why I've raised it here. I think subparagraph B is sufficient and covers the proper ground. And I'm not sure why we need to expand that ground beyond subparagraph 2 of paragraph B in the new section 4. Maybe there's a good answer to it, but I would like to hear what that is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Manchester Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask about the new subsection 4. And the minister, in her opening of the debate on the bill, spoke to subsection 4 being intended to give operational independence to the FID. And therefore, it would allow them to enter these memoranda of understandings without reference to the minister. But then it goes on to say it must be consistent with subsection 4A1, the Constitution of Jamaica and laws of Jamaica, which is fine. And then 2, it says government policy. But it doesn't, that to my mind leaves it very broad. What determines government policy? And the minister spoke to some examples, but government policy on a particular issue could be dictated in a letter.
Question, member. Oh, no.
Mr. Speaker, would you pay attention? I am participating in a debate. I'm not asking a question. Sir. May I proceed? May I proceed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, may I proceed? Thank you. So, this, to my mind, in a sense, we are, on the one hand, making an amendment to give more independence to the FID, but then by constraining it with a vague reference to consistency with government policy. Any minister can then write a letter to the head of the FID and say, for example, it is government policy that you don't share information on cabinet ministers. And would that now be government policy? It would not be public, it would not be transparent. So I don't believe that this corrects the mischief that Section 4 is trying to address. In fact, it makes it worse because there, as far as I know, it's ministers who make policy over their portfolios. The FID, unusually to my mind, because I thought it would have been better for portfolio responsibility for the Financial Investigation Division or any criminal investigation division to be under the Ministry of National Security. For example, the Proceeds of Crime Act. You spoke about laws that were administered. The Proceeds of Crime Act comes under the Ministry of National Security. But and that deals with a whole range of offenses, including money laundering, etc., that the FID can prosecute. So in many ways, it would have been tidier for the law enforcement and investigation agencies to be all under the umbrella of the Ministry of National Security. But it is not so, and it has not been so from the inception. But I'm really concerned that this vague reference to government policy, that the actions or any memorandum of understanding or other arrangement must be consistent with government policy, leaves a huge door open for ministers to constrain the actions and undermine the stated intention of giving more independence to the Financial Investigative Division. So I really believe if we want to leave in some reference to government policy, it cannot be as broad as that. It must speak to some transparent policy of government, whether it is as by ministry paper laid in this house, or some white paper ideally, something that is transparent to the public and that is not communicated to the head of the FID by the minister or some other agent of policy that would constrain him as this clause is worded right now. Thank you.
Member from West Central St. James.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Investigations Division. The purpose of the amendment is set out very clearly in the Memorandum of Objects and Reason. And anyone who has had to advise on the exchange of information know that we have numerous cases of problems where constitutional provisions differ, where there are broader scopes in other jurisdictions, or where there is just might being right. So that the amendment clarifies a number of existing points. I noted that when the member from St. Andrew Southeast spoke, he asked whether this arrangement would supersede the need for MOU. That is answered clearly in clause 2(4)(a), which indicates that nothing in subsection 1 or subsection 2 authorizes disclosure by the Chief Technical Director unless there exists between the Chief Technical Director and the relevant party a memorandum of understanding or other arrangement that is consistent with the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica and government policies. And that leads me to the next point raised by the member from Manchester South, that the reference to government policy is tied back to concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure. And so it is not left at large. It's not left at large. Well, the bill says concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure. Well, you will always have matters that may run you into murky waters, but the purpose of the amendment is to establish and demonstrate independence. But decisions have to be taken in accordance with laws and policies. No one acting in a public role is at liberty to act at large under a rule of law. It doesn't mean that genuine concerns may not arise, but in this case, it is making it abundantly clear that the framework for the exchange of information must be consistent with the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica and policies that relate to the exchange of the information of the kind contained in the disclosure. The law also indicates what can be done with the information. But Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. I believe it achieves the objectives that it seeks to do.
Thank you. Thank you, member. With regards to the question from the member from St. Andrews Southeast, would the amendment allow the CTD to determine who he allows or receive information from? Member, if you consider that currently, if the CTD, Chief Technical Director of the FID, wants to get information or share information with any other entity, he or she would have to write a letter to the minister to ask permission. So this bill is really giving the CTD the legal cover in terms of MOUs to be able to share information, or the framework to be able to share information with like bodies in the course of the investigative work that they do. Okay, and the member from St. Andrew Northeast, you, oh, sorry. So this, so the member pointed out that the FID, well, he asked the question, what laws are administered by the FID? And I want to acknowledge the point, but it is a correct formulation in the Principal Act. And so we will leave it there as well. And then with regards to the observation that government policy leaves a huge open door open for the minister to constrain. Again, there's a process by which government policy is made. And when you consider the current situation that the Chief Technical Director has to ask the minister every time for permission, this is not in keeping, and it's not in keeping with international standards, and it puts at risk our mutual evaluation, which is coming up this year. We were already graded low on this score, and so this is a move to ensure that we put this provision in place. And so when our mutual evaluation is being done, this particular aspect, we can expect to get a better rating in this aspect because it's more consistent with how the international world views their financial investigations division and how they work. Thank you. I'm done.
Minister, you want to conclude and ask that the bill be read a second time?
Mr. Speaker, I conclude on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Investigations Division Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Sorry.
I have a point on clause 2. Minister, just explain to me, because I didn't follow what was said earlier about this. In the existing act, in relation to the circumstances in which the chief technical director can disclose information about Jamaicans to foreign law enforcement agencies, the chief technical director has to be satisfied that the assistance requested by the Foreign Financial Intelligence Department is required for the purposes of that department's functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations or proceedings to enforce laws administered by that department. We have repeated that here, but we've also added an alternative ground upon which this information can be shared. And that suggests that it can be shared even if the recipient is receiving the information not pursuant to its functions. And I'm wondering, why is that being done? I'm referring to subsection 4, paragraph B, 1 and 2. So Roman 2 is the formulation in the current act. And there's a disjunctive addition in Roman 1 as an alternative basis upon which information can be shared, which suggests that it's because it's disjunctive, the word or, it suggests that even if it is not required for the purposes of the recipient's functions, the relevant party's functions, you're still authorized under 1 to disclose it. And this is on page 3 of the bill. Subsection 4 starts at the beginning of the previous page, page 2, and it takes up the whole of page 3. And I'm looking at paragraph B, which has 2 Roman subclauses, 1 and 2. And I'm saying that Roman subclause 2 covers what the existing formulation in the Act and says that the chief technical director needs to be satisfied that the information to be disclosed to the relevant party, which is a foreign law enforcement agency, is required for the purposes of that party's functions, including investigations, prosecutions, and so on. But then there's a disjunctive alternative route in Roman 1, which is that all that's required is an undertaking of confidentiality. Why are you sharing information if it's not required by the recipient's functions? That's my question. It's very broad. Yeah, sus clause, yeah. You know.
Minister. Okay.
So are you ready now?
Minister. Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to repeat, in the case of the question from the member, where he pointed to the case of a disclosure permitted under subsection 2, the legal team has advised that this is covered by the MOU.
Minister, my difficulty with that answer is that the content of the MOU is at large. The law doesn't determine what the MOU says. The law is what authorizes a public officer to disclose confidential information about citizens. And Roman 2 of paragraph B says that it's permissible if the recipient of the information is receiving it because it's required by the functions that they have, the law enforcement functions that they have essentially. But subsection 1 is an alternative basis and simply says you can share it with them if there's an MOU, whether they need it for their functions or not. Yeah. And we don't know what the MOU can say. We have no idea what the MOU is going to say. So I'm just saying that it broadens the circumstances in which information can be shared. And the only thing I'm hearing in response is that don't worry about it. The MOUs will give sufficient protection. The content of the MOUs is not prescribed by Jamaican law. So I don't find that to be a satisfactory answer. The other point I want to make is just to reiterate what the member for Manchester South said. And this relates to paragraph A of subsection 4, which is because the MOU has to be consistent with government policy, and what constitutes government policy is a very broad concept. It would enable potentially or theoretically or maybe in practice an instruction to be given to the CTD that government policy does not permit the sharing of information in certain circumstances. And that could covertly narrow the scope in which the situation of entering into MOU is permissible. That subparagraph Roman 2 in paragraph A, which makes reference to government policy, ought to say as disclosed in some publicly available document, such as a white paper or a ministry paper that's been tabled in the House or something like that. It can't be something that is not known to the public and that comes from the pen of a minister who it could potentially be self-serving, that they definitely don't want this information shared. So the minister tells the CTD, no, it's not government policy for information to be shared in these circumstances. Nobody knows about it. There's nothing public about it. The communication is private. The government policy is not generally known, but it's a policy coming from a minister's pen. And I think that was a concern that the member raised. And the answer given is not an answer. The answer given was that the closing words in A that say that it's concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure doesn't take the matter any further. So those 2 points I wanted to put on the record, because we're talking about the rights of citizens of Jamaica, and we should be passing laws that, yes, ensure that our government and our state are in good standing internationally, but we must also formulate them in a way that protects citizens from excessive use of power in a way which is not in keeping with the intent of Parliament. And it's and the provisions are too widely drawn to feel assured of that. Thank you.
And just to make the further point, it contradicts the stated intent of the minister of this subsection, which was to give greater operational independence to the FID. This does exactly the opposite. It allows the minister to constrain secretly, or cabinet, or whatever policy or authority. It allows it. That's what, in plain words, this amendment does. So it goes exactly, it allows, without coming to Parliament, without any affirmative resolution, without any ministry paper, it allows cabinet or the minister could make a policy that's communicated to the FID director by letter, which constrains him from entering into any memorandum of understanding, which would affect, for example, a cabinet minister, a parliamentarian, a senior member of the administration.
That could happen now without this. Members, your points are noted. Mr. Speaker.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it.
Minister, you're asking us to just put clause 2. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Madam, you have to stand.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Investigations Division Act read a third time and passed.
Huh? So I went take. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, since we're still in public business, Mr. Speaker, we will proceed in that vein and have Minister Chuck open the debate, open with the intention to open. Oh, he hasn't opened it. He hasn't opened it. We'll have the debate on the amendment to the Jury Act. He hasn't opened.
Mr. Speaker, my hope is that I will open and also take it through all its stages. It's not a very long bill, and let me, out of an abundance of caution, to indicate and to emphasize, in case there's any misunderstanding, the bill deals with two short points: raising the amount paid to jurors, and secondly, provide where there's a possibility or actual tampering of a jury, that there could be a retrial or the discharge of the jury and the judge alone. I did intimate last time, Mr. Speaker, that when this bill is passed, we would, after, remember, not now, after, set up a joint select committee to look at other aspects of the Jury Act. So when we set up the Joint Select Committee, and I hope many members will offer to sit in that committee, we will hear presentations from the public at large, and to anyone who wants to say something about whether or not we should have jury trials, bench trials, or hybrid, then that will be examined by the Joint Select Committee. So this bill, colleagues, is dealing with two short matters. One is the amount being paid to jurors who serve.
Name of leave, wrap up in one kabongo. I'm saying thank you, brethren.
Okay.
I'm gonna give my $1,000 for it.
For the one gleaner. Oh my God. Joy over.
To get some some funds to reimburse for their bus fare or whatever expenses that they may endure. So we want to bear that in mind, colleagues, because this bill has taken 2 years, and the second aspect, the tampering, went through a lot of consultations between the Attorney General's chambers, law reform, looking at other countries, how they deal with it. And finally, we got the bill here. So, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in the statement last week, the bill seeks to, within a limited context, to modernize and strengthen the jury system in Jamaica, improve the efficient management of criminal and civil trials, and safeguard the administration of justice in circumstances where jury tampering poses a real and present threat. Mr. Speaker, the use of trial by jury remains a cornerstone of our justice system. However, the system must also be responsive and capable of addressing contemporary challenges, particularly those relating to delays, inefficiencies, and threats to the integrity of jury trials. This bill, therefore, Mr. Speaker, introduces carefully balanced reforms which preserve the central role of the jury, while providing the courts with necessary tools to ensure that justice is done. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I will briefly outline the provisions of the bill. Clause 1 provides that the Act may be cited as the Jury Amendment Act 2026 and is to be read and construed as one with the Principal Jury Act. Clause 2, replacement of Section 1A, deals with interpretation. It repeals and replaces Section 1A of the Principal Act to update and clarify key definitions. Mr. Speaker, in the context of the jury legislation, this clause introduces important definitions, including plea and case management hearing, trial readiness hearing, special juror, and special jury. Clause 3 inserts a new subsection 6 into section 2, providing a detailed statutory definition of trial readiness hearing. This provision outlines the matters a judge may consider in confirming a trial date, including the status of disclosure, witness availability, readiness of the parties, estimated trial length, and whether any issues remain that may affect the scheduled trial date. Clause 4 amends the subheading immediately before Section 35 to read, payment of jurors and other persons. This reflects the expanding scope of the payment provisions introduced later in the bill. Clauses 5 and 6 repeal and replace Section 35 and 36 to provide expressly for payment to persons who attend court for the jury selection process and payment to persons who serve as jurors in both civil and criminal trials as prescribed by the minister in regulations. Clause 7 replaces Section 37 and clarifies the method of payment in civil jury trials. It provides that the party who applies for a jury trial must pay the required monies into court, and the court is responsible for paying jurors on the entitled persons. It also clarifies that the costs associated with special jurors are to be treated as costs in the cause. This is an interesting introduction, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, we don't have jurors in civil cases. It is available. It is available, especially in defamation cases. But if a party requests a jury, then it becomes cost in the cause. Okay? And that has to be paid by the person who loses the case, and therefore the payment will have to be made to the jurors because they're the ones who request the jury. Once a jury is brought in, then the cost will be paid by the loser. Okay? Because normally you don't have jurors in civil cases. So we are only dealing, member, with civil cases, not with criminal cases. Clause 8 makes an amendment to Section 38(1) to ensure internal consistency following the replacement of earlier provisions. The reference to Section 37 is replaced with reference to Section 36. Clause 9 introduces a new subheading into the Principal Act to signal the introduction of a carefully circumscribed regime for trials without a jury. Mr. Speaker, Clause 10 is the most significant reform contained in this bill. Section 42A, trial without a jury. This section permits the prosecution before trial to apply for a trial to be conducted without a jury where there's evidence of a real and present danger of jury tampering. Importantly, the judge must be satisfied that the jury tampering is likely, notwithstanding protective measures, and the decision must be necessary in the interest of justice. Section 42B, discharge of the jury during trial. This provision empowers a judge, where it is in the interests of justice to discharge a jury during a trial if jury tampering has occurred, and to continue the trial without a jury after hearing representations from the parties. Section 42, this section allows a judge to terminate a trial and order a new trial where justice requires, and where appropriate, to order that the new trial proceed without a jury. Section 42D, the powers of the courts. This section ensures that where a trial proceeds without a jury, the court retains all the powers and jurisdictions it would otherwise have, and must have reasoned judgments on conviction or acquittal. Mr. Speaker, these provisions strike a careful balance between safeguarding the jury system and ensuring that criminal trials are not derailed by intimidation or corruption or any form of jury tampering. Clause 11 Mr. Speaker, and the schedule amend the jury expenses in civil cases regulations and the jury expenses in criminal cases regulations. These amendments rename the regulations for clarity, provide payment for the attendance of the jury selection process, and increase the amounts payable to jurors serving in both civil and criminal trials. Mr. Speaker, these provisions recognize the civic contribution and financial burden borne by persons who respond to jury summonses. As I mentioned in my statement last week, Mr. Speaker, the bill now before the House proposes a significant increase in the sums paid to jurors, raising the amount from $2,000 to $6,000 for each day or part of a day that a person serves on a jury. We have also addressed the position of persons who are summoned for jury duty but are not ultimately selected. Under the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, such persons will now be entitled to payment of $2,000 for each day they attend court to participate in the jury selection process. Mr. Speaker, we wish to make it very clear that this administration remains deeply appreciative of those who respond to the call for jury duty. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, especially in the rural areas, when you're called for jury duty, you have to spend up to $1,000 or more to get to court from way up in the hills. And if you're in court for the day, the court doesn't provide lunch, basic refreshments like water. So funds will be made available to the jurors so that they can at least be reimbursed for some of the expenses that they have to endure coming to court. And indeed, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, it is a major reason why you don't have a number of persons turning up for jury duty that just can't afford to get to court. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, when we do come to look at the jury overall, we have to find ways and means to ensure that if the voters list, for example, is not up to date, we sort of specify that we use, say, the TRN list, which is now possible. But somehow it's expensive to get the TRN list in all the courts. But it should be mandatory because the voters list needs a complete overall and improvement, because many times when summons are served in communities, people don't know the names to know. They know the nicknames. If you want Dirty Foot, they know who Dirty Foot is. But if you ask the right name, people don't know who that is. So we need to find a way, maybe using the NIDS or maybe a measure that when you go into a community, you know exactly the address that the person lives at. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the upper age now to serve on jury is 70. It may well be we look at that, because a lot of retired persons or who should retire beyond age 70 and would enjoy serving on a jury. But once you reach 70, you are now prevented from serving on a jury, and those persons should be allowed if they are summoned. Also, we want to widen that maybe teachers, civil servants, other professional bodies should be able to serve on jury. At the moment, they're prevented by the jury, the act, and we need to look at that when we get to the Joint Select Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill strengthens the integrity of the jury system, improves efficiency, enhances fairness to jurors, and equips the court to respond decisively to jury tampering. It reflects a careful and proportionate approach to modernizing our justice system. I therefore commend the Jury Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House. We also look forward to the ultimate convening, as I said, of the Joint Select Committee to consider further reform to the jury system and the applicable legislation. I do urge members to participate, make your contribution, short contribution, so we can go through everything this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yes, true. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill and act to amend the Jury Act. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, you should guide me.
Check.
Turn off again.
Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
On. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I wish I could have risen with the same level of excitement and plump as the member from Clarendon Central. I must confess, Mr. Speaker, that even though I wish in principle that I could agree and support the bill in its entirety, I must confess that I have reservations. Clearly, there can be no dispute that we support the need to increase the payments to jurors in terms of their stipend. There can be no serious debate about that. We support that. I hesitate, however, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to Section 42A, which speaks to a trial without a jury. And I hesitate because in my mind, it seeks to introduce, and permit me, but right now we would all understand that it is a very topical area of discussion that has captivated the national interest as to whether or not we should abolish trial by jury and focus on trial by judge alone. It is a discussion that is worth having. I was left with the impression last week, based on the representations made by the minister, that the Jury Act would be sent to a joint select committee of Parliament, and I was very happy to hear that. I was very happy to hear that, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that such a fundamental reform is one that is worthy of being considered and having widespread consultation from all stakeholders and members of the public. Now, I wish to make it clear, I do understand and appreciate that there is a call for us to make certain amendments, and I understand what certain other tribunal would have intimated. I understand the call from various parts coming from practitioners across the island. But I feel very strongly, Mr. Speaker, that it is only good practice and good governance that if we're going to send a bill to Joint Select Committee to have a comprehensive overview of the bill, of the act, then why not send it to Joint Select Committee first and then allow us as members in this House to have a thorough and in-depth discussion as to be able to make a more informed decision. And I say that because if we are discussing whether or not we should do away with the jury trials, then what Section 42A contemplates is one particular circumstance where the judge could properly abolish the right to proceed by trial by jury. And in my mind, that is seeking to introduce through the back door a particular position that really ought properly to be given proper ventilation in a joint select committee. And so that is my first reservation, because if we're going to send, it's almost as though we're doing things backwards. We're going to be passing this bill, and then we're going to joint select committee to look at whether or not we should abolish trial by jury, even though we are passing a section which actually abolishes trial by jury. So let me make it clear for those who may perhaps have difficulty comprehending. I wish to make it clear that we are not stating at this point that we're opposed to the section as it stands. We're opposed to the process by which we are proceeding with this particular bill. So that is the issue. But understanding that we are where we are, having looked at section 42A, it does again raise certain questions in my mind, because I note that the section provides for the prosecution to make an application for the trial to proceed without a jury. But the questions which emerge in my mind are as follows. Why not allow for the defense to have an opportunity to make that application if it so desires? Why not allow for the judge on its own volition to make that particular determination if it so desires? Why does the section seek to limit this opportunity to make an application to only the prosecution and prosecution alone? And it is worthy of consideration, Mr. Speaker, because when I reviewed the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which allows for the defense to opt to proceed by way of trial without a jury, that only applies if that position is taken or that election is made prior to a jury being empaneled. Once a jury is empaneled, that option is off the table. And so it's important that if there is going to be this option being provided for in the Jury Act, then the prosecution, the defense, and the judge ought to be afforded an opportunity to make that application. And finally, as it relates to section 42C, subsection 2, which again allows for the judge to terminate a trial and thereafter conduct a trial without a jury, I make the point, Mr. Speaker, that contrary to the minister's assertion, this is not just a simple run-of-the-mill, banal item or sections. It is one which really entails significant reform. It is going to change how it is that we proceed, not just in the criminal justice system, but in the civil justice system. And it fundamentally affects one of the critical tenets of trials and indeed democracy, the right to be judged by a jury of one's own peer. And so as I take my seat, I sit with the reservation that if we are going to abolish trial by jury, we ought to do so after having a considered and extensive consultation with all the stakeholders. We shouldn't be seeking to smuggle it through the back door in a bill which seeks to disguise what is really taking place, and that is the abolition of trial by jury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, that's true. I rise to support the bill and act to amend the Jury Act, Mr. Speaker. I must add, Mr. Speaker, that I do not share the same pessimism as the member from St. Elizabeth Northeast, I believe. And I'll be very quick because I see the member from Portland Eastern with his podium. But, Mr. Speaker, in supporting this bill, I just want to highlight the section that allowing for the continuation of a jury trial by a judge alone in special circumstances. And that is important. It is in special circumstances. And I believe that this serves the interest of justice. It saves on scarce judicial resources, time, and expense. And so all in all, it's in the interests of the ends of justice. And so I think this is particularly important in our justice system. I also would like to highlight the issue, the section that deals with the increase in the stipend. That is important because it offers encouragement to persons who have been summoned to serve. There's an economic cost to persons who are summoned to serve. I mean, if you think about a farmer having to leave his farm, if you think about a shopkeeper, if you think about a vendor, just think about a wide range of small businesses, of small business operators. There is an economic cost to it. And so I believe the $2,000 increasing to $2,000 is approximately 200% increase or thereabout. And if you're empaneled, then it's $6,000. I believe that this will serve to encourage persons to want to serve or to serve. The final point I would like to make, Mr. Speaker, is just to encourage persons who are summoned to serve. Encourage them to serve. It is good experience. It is good experience, and also it's a good discharge of your civic duty. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to have this elaborate setup, but then the minister attempted to scandalize the court by saying that the jurors weren't being fed. So I must defend the court to say that they get Island Grill, and lawyers who can't afford it would like to go and beg, but that would be tampering. So let's set the record straight that the members of the jurors are properly fed, and I see them getting Island Grill. I'm complaining on behalf of the defense bar. I'm not a part of the jury. That's why I'm complaining. Hopefully the minister will consider that. But it was not a bribe. But Mr. Speaker, I do rise to certainly say to the minister that no one in Jamaica would ever object to the increase in the stipend for jurors. We are a consensus at them where that is concerned. The issue that I'm now having, and I'm constrained to stand and not be short in this presentation, Minister, is that the legislation as presented creates a number of problems for competing legislations, as well as it may cause further delay in terms of the course of justice to its finality. For instance, the amendment as it now stands does not contemplate appeals in relation to decisions by the court. It actually isn't. It isn't, and it isn't for the obvious reason, Minister, that the legislation was somewhat copied from the UK legislation almost in its entirety. We, however, like you said when we were dealing with the other legislation, that we don't have the benefit of some of the other legislations, like their criminal legislation, and as well as we start from the basis of talking about a preparatory hearing. But the reality is we don't have that in our justice system. All we pre-trial and case management hearings are not a preparatory hearing. In fact, preparatory hearings, there is an entire legislation in the UK that deals with that. It's actually a part of the trial in and of itself, where the issues from section 42, A, B, and even C would arise. It is during the trial before that single judge. Now, because of that, what also follows then is that we have a serious problem in terms of what the legislation is defining as jury tampering. So it's not clear in terms of how, because we are guided by the Constitution. In the UK isn't. They don't have a written constitution which kind of restrains or constrains the judges in their conduct. What happens here, though, is that jury tampering legislation, their provisions are intended to serve the interests of justice. In that individuals accused of criminal offenses should not be permitted to escape justice through any attempt to interfere with the jury. Now, we know that. But in the Seminole case, there was no evidence of jury tampering, which would have given rise to, as you said, the purpose of this legislation. So what happens where, what we're setting up, as my friend would have said, is that we're creating situations where we can avoid or create scenarios where we remove the jury when it is a protection that the defendant who is most affected in relation to this process is not going to have the jury, because a judge may say, I am satisfied that certain circumstances exist. You yourself on your feet said the possibility of tampering. The legislation, certainly in the UK and from how you drafted or how it is drafted, seems to suggest that there are two things that the judge has to be satisfied with. And the most important part is that there is a substantial risk that tampering occurred. And that tampering would mean that there's evidence of a threat to the integrity of the process, and that evidence would found an application under the sections as you have it amended. The election by the prosecution. I do also adopt what my friend would have said in terms of why is it that the defense doesn't have the equality of arms in terms of the election of trial without a jury. The scenario in this situation is that it may very well be that a defendant is in a particular jurisdiction and feels that when jurors are impaneled, he cannot get a fair trial, and so he wants to elect to opt for the protection of the judge when just before empanelment or something like that, as the legislation reads, and that is taken away from them, and it is also circumventing the Criminal Justice Administration Act. So as it is right now, I could not support this bill as it is to be passed in the House, certainly. Now, the next aspect is that the rationale for the legislation would be that only where there is evidence that the accused is prepared to attack the process, there must be a real and present danger that the jury is also at risk. In the absence of that, the judge actually should not or ought not to have the power to simply say that we're going to elect to have a trial by judge alone. The next thing that is important then is the insertions for the JAJA, that is the Judicata Appellate Jurisdiction Act. Now, because it is absent, there's nothing in the legislation that sends you to JAJA, or there's no suggestion that the JAJA will actually be amended, which would have language that says, from the refusal of a judge of an application, from an order of a judge under section 42A of the Act, which is made on determination of such an application. There's no such language, and therefore the bill as it is now would certainly be deficient and cause similar apprehensions or scare like the firearms legislation. The aspect of the appeal, though, is, and I could ask you the question, while I humbly suggest, is the section, does it provide a right of appeal or a grant of appeal against the order? And here's what I'm saying. The order, which is made under section 42A, Is it to continue? Can the trial continue in the absence can the trial continue in the absence of the jury until it is that the appellate process is completed? So that is important, because in the UK that is how the legislation is set up, to say that once the judge announces, as in 42C, informs the defense and the prosecution that I intend to discharge the jury and I'm going to proceed by judge alone. You may make your submissions and then I make my ruling. After the ruling, the appeals lie with the Court of Appeal. In the criminal jurisdiction, it doesn't even say that, because we have civil and we have criminal in the Georgia, but it doesn't say that it is the criminal jurisdiction explicitly that the appeal lies. Then, Minister, that reference then would be the Court of Appeal rules, and then the notice of appeal or notice of application for permission to appeal in criminal matters must be filed within 14 days in our jurisdiction. There's nothing to say that where the judge makes the decision, as according to your legislation, that says, I am going to elect to go trial by judge alone, and then I make my ruling, find you guilty, give a written judgment, as your legislation says. But upon that, when does the time toll for the appeal? And that's open-ended. My suggestion would be humbly that it would have to, the appeal, the 14 days would toll at the end of the written judgment of the judge at first instance. And that would be similar in keeping with what happens in the UK. Similarly, it would follow that there must be a stay of proceedings until the appellate process is concluded. If the decision to go by trial by judge alone, and both persons have the option, both prosecution and the defense have the option to appeal the decision. At the point where we have a stay, Minister, you did say that we're trying to be more efficient. I can see the Chief Justice cringing, because these trials would then bring about some form of delay as it goes through the Court of Appeal, as it gets a date, and somebody is dissatisfied. Our final court is still at the UK. And so you can see the type of delay that would come from matters arising from this. So one wonders if this is actually improving efficiency, protecting the integrity of the jury system, or is it further clogging the court as written just now? So that is somewhat problematic. Again, with the same legislation and the election or the application made by the prosecution as the bill suggests, there's nothing to say in like similar legislation, which it was adopted from, that the judge may not make such an order without the approval of the Chief Justice or the judge nominated by him. So is it a specialized situation with the application? Because again, we do not have the preparatory hearing, which is that we have trial readiness, as I said earlier, but the preparatory hearing, we don't have the legislation to give guidance for such a hearing. So it then wonders if we are relying again on what now exists, which is directions, practice directions from the Chief Justice, or are we cementing the legislation to direct the process that we want? So while it is that I take no objection to advancing and improving and modernizing the legislation, and hope that we never would have again a scenario which took place in the Sean Campbell matter, which went all the way to the Privy Council, is that we must ensure that the legislation is meeting the object and purpose and the mischief that is trying to correct. And in the absence of correcting the appellate jurisdiction where that lies, and in the absence of or they attempt, not intentionally, but it has the effect of circumventing the Criminal Justice Administration Act. That it just needs to be revisited. I did painstakingly read the legislation and wondered if the member from, well, I didn't wonder. I kind of said that the member from Western St. James, West Central St. James, took no part in this legislation. I just wondered, because I know the government doesn't do pitchy-patchy work. And that person is very, and the member from West Central St. James is very pedantic and exacting. And that is a compliment. So it is not an attack on my friend. I have great respect for that member. But to say that I just think that I'm not accusing you, Minister. I'm just saying that I think that many things weren't considered in relation to where we need to go. And I'm just rising to say that I'm hoping that as a House, we're not embarrassed by passing a legislation that has too many holes, and then the general social media will say all we did was copy and paste, and we didn't have mature considerations and all the critiques that come from it. And so I'm saying it with the greatest amount of respect to say that there's a little bit more work that has to be done in relation to the section 42A, B, and C, and including an inclusion and a direction of the appellate jurisdiction that would give effect to the legislation. I'm truly saddened that the increase in the stipend is attached to this particular amendment, because it's a tricky or a slippery slope. And those are just my humble contributions, and ask that you would consider it so that it doesn't delay what I know is much needed. And I support, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're speaking, Mercy?
Yes.
Go ahead. Your mic is on.
Your mic was on. You need to turn it on. Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I rise and I want to acknowledge the views of the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth and Eastern Portland. But I want to start out by saying, although I'm new in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, that ministry has a minister that has done sterling work and is intelligent. It has had other ministers, hold on, I'm on my feet, and has had other ministers that have been equally capable and has done work that is thoughtful. The ministry does not do patchy work. The minister, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. No, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
Mr. Speaker, a point with the greatest amount of respect. And I said I was constrained and painstakingly. And no, I said it. I said we do not want to have that said about this House, further the ministry. I have the greatest amount of respect for Mr. Chuck, and I have the greatest amount of respect for Mrs. Ford. And I want it to be clear that I said the very attack that I'm speaking of is what we do not want for the House. I'm a part of this House. And no, I'm saying that. I'm making that clear. And I said, in fact, And I just want that to say because we are in a social media area where persons will cut and paste, and I'm not here for sound bites. No, I was not. And I said I painstakingly said it. Thank you. But that's what I said. I was clear on what I said.
Member, you have to turn.
Therefore, yes, I want to say, therefore, that my comment is very appropriate. It's a backhanded way of introducing to the public as we speak as members of parliament that there is incompetence. It is a backhanded way of doing it. We have a minister that is, no, I'm not saying that. I am saying we have a minister that is capable, has managed a ministry, and in addition to the minister and previous ministers who have worked here, we have a technical team at the ministry that is excellent and very good and careful with their deliberations. And I want to make the point that this act that has languished in this parliament for, I think, from 2016, went through. I allowed both members to speak, and I would expect the same courtesy to be extended to me. Again?
Member. A point of order is to ask a question. Yes. In here. Yes. So listen, we are not going to take it tit for tat. You had your chance. You had your chance. You made a statement. I don't. I don't have to hear the point of order. I am going to allow the member to continue, and you are going to take your seat. Member, you can go. Member, you can turn the mic on.
Mr. Speaker.
Member, you can sit first, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have never seen or heard of an instance where a member wishes to rise on a point of order and it is denied. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to allow the member to raise his standing or his point of order, and then you can decide on it. But I think you have to hear him, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree that the point of order, once the member rises to indicate that he has a point of order, the point of order should be heard. However, I ask the member to keep the point of order in the confines of the standing orders. A point of order is not to say that you don't like how something is being phrased, is to make a clear designation that the member speaking may be doing something contrary to the standing order. So I think because the last time it was more of a conversation, right? So if you could keep the point of order clear so that the speaker can rule on the point.
Mr. Speaker, the member from South Trelawney spoke about the particular amendment which I spoke about, and said that it was there from 2016. The matter in question was before the Privy Council in 2024, where I stood before the Privy Council, and I say, and the minister respectfully said that the particular amendment which I gave my contribution to was as a result of that very case. And I just heard the speaker misleading this house to say that it was there from 2016. I cannot sit and allow that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to admit that the section that we're dealing with has come about in the last 2 years. But please be advised that the proposed amendment to the Jury Act, there's nothing to laugh about. The proposed amendment to the Jury Act has been under discussions for very many years, to as far back as 2016. I am stating that fact. Madam Member of Parliament, I'm on my feet and I am moving on. I have responded to what has been said and I am now moving on. I am also saying in response to the comment made by the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth that it's not that we are in this act abolishing trial by jury. It is merely limited to where it is considered that there is tampering of the jury. That is one. And two, in response to my colleague from East Portland, after many years in the profession, it is in this jurisdiction that appeal is a right that we all have. So when you speak, everybody has the right to appeal a decision of the court. Having said all of that, I want to say, and I go back to say that this bill that is before the Parliament today has gone through detailed scrutiny from an excellent technical team at the ministry. And it has gone to a legislative committee of attorneys that are highly qualified and has done sterling work in justice in this country. And and both the technical team and the Legislative Council has found the bill to be suitable. So I'm starting from the premise that as members of Parliament, we try to pass laws that assist and inure to the benefit of our constituents. And so with that in mind, I am urging us, I'm starting from the premise that I'm going to urge us as parliamentarians to pass this bill. And I want to endorse particularly the proposed amendments in relation to the increase of sums paid to the jury, as has been said by other members of this Parliament. And the newly proposed arrangement whereby persons who have participated in the jury selection process but who are not selected will be paid a stipend. That is part of this, and as members of Parliament, we should all endorse this. We are also, as has been said by other members, very thankful to those who continue to serve. And we want to encourage those who have been discouraged to serve for whatever reason to consider serving. So, this amendment as it is before us bears emphasis that a jury service is a profound civic responsibility, which has, as other people have recognized, been the cornerstone of our democracy. It is a long-standing tradition which predates independence, and it continues to this day to form part of the jury system. Notwithstanding this important duty, this administration, led by Dr. Michael Andrew Holness, or Andrew Michael Holness, understands that there is often a financial burden associated with jury service. And this has been a deterrent for many people to serve. So the proposed increase will hopefully alleviate some of these challenges. And despite the sacred role of that the jury system has played in this country for centuries, there are still some contemporary challenges. This has sparked robust debate right across the society. In fact, only today in the 12 o'clock news, I heard King's Counsel Peter Champagny commenting that Jamaica's current mix of jury trials and judge-alone trials reflects a system that is functioning within our context, or local context here now. And as the Minister of Justice has indicated, there is going to be a joint select committee established to facilitate discourse and receive public submissions on the abolition of the jury system. Therefore, I want to assure you, and the country must be assured, that any decision to maintain or abolish the jurisdiction will be made in consultation with the people and not by a government on its own. Therefore, I am concluding my remarks by urging our colleagues, because, you know, it's very easy to stand and pontificate and give all sorts of reasons, because there is nothing there. Hold on. I withdraw the comment, pontificate. But it's very easy for us to, hold on. It is very easy for us because there is absolutely nothing that is perfect. It is very easy for us to read through, dissect, and always find an opposition to something. But I urge us as parliamentarians who represent the people of this country. You are from a constituency like mine that is rural, so many of us, that have people who need to support the system. And this act, this bill seeks to assist our people who put us here. And this act seeks to amend a situation where we have a set of judges who this country has confidence in. And as King's Counsel Peter Champagny said this afternoon, we have a hybrid system which has appeared to work well for us. Let us give this bill a chance. Let us be honest with ourselves. Let us not be parliamentarians who come back month after month, sitting after sitting, and bemoan the fact that nothing has been done in something. Everything cannot be achieved in one leap. We are going in steps so that we can address, we can get the views of our people, and we can move forward in a justice system. We are led by an excellent minister of, that has experience, an excellent team, and all of us. Parliamentarians, we don't have to oppose everything. We don't have to oppose everything. I urge us, please remember that we are representing the people who sent us here. And there is much to be commended in this bill. And I say so with a lot of deference to everybody. I respect the views of both members who have spoken. There is no disrespect. What I'm urging you as parliamentarians to remember that whatever we do and whatever is prepared by a competent group, we should in fact support it if it moves the views of our people.
always say, cannot keep it in. Cannot keep it. That's a product. You can keep it in. Never keep it fit. Excellent. I agree. Right support. You did it. Right. Quick one.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act. The bill is seeking to do two principal things, though stated in three. It is increasing the sum that is paid to jurors who serve, and that amount is being increased to provide for a payment to those who are summoned to serve for jury duty and those who actually serve as jurors. I do not believe there is any divide on the timeliness of this proposed increase. Everyone who has spoken so far has indicated support for this move. It is something that we have spoken about time and again, but had not done. And I want to commend the amendment for support. However, Mr. Speaker, we should make it abundantly clear that we are not paying citizens to serve as jurors. In the context of the justice system, the jury is not a profession for which you are paid. But in the Jamaican context, it is recognized that many who are summoned to serve as jurors incur expenses that should be defrayed. And I think it is in the spirit of that incursion of expenses that the increase is made to take care of the inflationary impact on the existing amount. So it is without a doubt a good move, but all citizens are to understand that the civic duty to serve as juror, trying your peers, is not one to be seen as a profession. And so it's not intended to create professional jurors simply because you are being paid. But the increase is a proper increase and should be supported. The other main point that the bill is addressing is in response to issues raised in the Sean Campbell, Deja Palmer et al. Trial in respect of a gap in the Jamaican law on the jury system. And this is a matter, too, that is commended for support because it is not in the interest of justice to have a case tried. If we use the Vibes Cartel case from which the point arose as an example, the length of time that it took for the trial to be held, and then the length of time that the trial itself took, only to find that the court on appeal had to send back to our local courts consideration whether a fresh trial should be done. And the interest of justice did not demand, after so many years had elapsed, for an additional trial to be ordered, a new trial to be ordered. And so empowering the court and a judge to discharge a juror where there is evidence of jury tampering and continuing the case without having to start de novo is something that needed to be addressed. And this bill is addressing it, and it has to be supported. When I served as Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, time and again, I came to this House in previous parliaments asking members or commending an approach to members. I've always found it helpful to debate the actual provisions of a bill instead of speaking at large on the subject matter. And it really doesn't take away from the thoroughness of preparing a bill before it comes to Parliament for proposals, for amendment to be made on the floor. At the end of the day, you want to ensure that what is drafted is achieving the intention of Parliament. And that is why you pay close attention to what is drafted. Having said that, I indicated to the minister piloting the bill that I would be proposing just a few amendments for consideration. Starting at clause 2 of the bill, I have no issue with clause 1, which deals with the short title and construction. At clause 2 inserts a new section 1A and inserts a definition section in the bill. In our Jamaican law, the definition section usually comes at clause 2. But since this is an amendment to a very old legislation, in fact, the Jury Act was first promulgated in 1890, I believe it was 1898. And since then, we have been amending it, coming down to what is proposed today. So a new definition section is being inserted, and it's good practice. It is in keeping with our own legislative standard, for want of a better word. It begins with a definition of jury, to simply say that it includes, comprises special jurors. And special jurors are selected when a case necessitates examination and consideration of accounts or documents involving questions that are unusually complex. The jury list is defined to mean the list that is prepared in accordance with Section 7 and settled in accordance with Section 13. I should like to propose an amendment to substitute the word settled with certified, because the settlement of the Jury Act is actually done in accordance with the Sections 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Certified. So what happens at 13 is after it is settled, then it is certified by the judge. So we would delete settled and substitute with a certified. No issues taken with the other definitions, save and except that when we go to clause 3, which introduces the insertion of a new section 2.6 for the trial readiness hearing. I think it was pointed out that this is new. The minister indicated that. And the member from Portland Eastern made some comments on the difference between what is being incorporated in the bill and the entire framework that exists in England. And I think his comments are worthy of consideration. It takes nothing away from what my learned friend, the member from Trelawney Northern, pointed out. Just to say that insofar as the comparison in the framework is concerned, what is stated here is that the trial readiness hearing means a hearing that is presided over by the judge, at which it is determined whether the trial date, which was already set, can be confirmed. Now, what is set out for consideration are matters, properly speaking, that should be taken into account before a date is set. And so it does raise some questions as to whether the inclusion or the addition of a trial readiness hearing when a trial is already set will not operate to prolong proceedings and delay proceedings. And I believe that is the point, if I understood it, that was being made. Because what really should happen before a trial date is set is that the judge must be satisfied that the case is ready to proceed. And that is why a trial date, the setting of a trial date, is preceded by numerous other dates, commonly called mention dates. And then you have hearings around whether the case can be mediated and settled otherwise than by trial. So my question is whether this should precede the setting of the trial date. Now, the factors that are set out there, again, for emphasis, for the most part, should precede the settling of the trial date. But given the number of cases that are before the court and the fact that dates are being set far, you can have intervening matters between the setting of the date and the actual commencement of a trial. And so I think if the trial readiness hearing as proposed is to continue, then how it would be meaningful is to consider whether any new issue or any change in circumstances have arisen between the setting of the date and the actual starting of the trial that may affect the duration and the conduct of the trial. Those are my comments on clause 3. Clause 4, clause 5, if the intent, as I understand it, is to reimburse and defray expenses incurred by jurors in their travel to and from the point of court, then we would want to make payments to jurors and other persons instead of payments of, which gives, conveys a different message. Clause 5 proposes a repeal and replacement of section 35 and of section 35. Clause 6 repeals and replaces section 36. Clause 6. Now, clause 6 refers to fees and expenses. In the Principal Act, the payments that are made to jurors are paid in respect of the jurors traveling to and from the place to which he is summoned. And so it raises a question as to what other fees are contemplated if the wording is that there shall be paid a person who serves as a juror in a criminal or civil trial shall be paid such fees and expenses. So the question is, what type of fees are contemplated for payment to the juror other than the defraying of expenses incurred? And if no fee is being contemplated, then I would commend for consideration an amendment which would be more in keeping with what already exists in the Principal Act. About payment, I crave your indulgence. Essentially, payment to defer the expense of traveling. Unless, of course, other fees are contemplated, and if they are, then I don't know what they are. But bear in mind that we're not creating professional jurors. We're really defraying the expense that is incurred by them to travel. See, the administration of justice is a very fragile thing, and you really have to be careful what you incentivize or not incentivize to ensure that justice is done at the end of the day. Clause 7, which repeals and replaces section 37, at 37.3 speaks to compensation. The same comment would apply if it is a payment to defray expenses as opposed to paying for the service. So perhaps the word stipend may be more appropriate there, or for expenses. No. The matter of trial without jury is a matter that has become somewhat contentious, or I should say that has always been contentious. When the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom was being drafted, if you look in the documents, you'll see that there was advocacy for a constitutional right to trial by jury. And after extensive hearing, it was determined that it would not be in the interest of justice to provide for a constitutional right to trial by jury. And so it was not included among the new rights that were enshrined in the new Chapter 3. But the right was created at a lower level in the law. And since then, we have had changes to mode of trial. So trial by jury and trial by judge, bench trial, jury trial are referred to as modes of trial. And at the end of the day, whatever the mode of trial, the interest of justice has to be served. In Jamaica, the matter has been debated at length in many places, and I think the debate will come to the House in due course, as the Minister has said. But it should not be lost on anyone that across administrations, we have scaled back trial by jury for good reason. It was done when the member who sits as a leader of the opposition served as Minister of Justice and piloted a number of bills. And there were good reasons for doing so. What I have heard many times is that the executive and legislative branch of government can trust the judicial branch for guidance on many things. And so the call for consideration, further consideration on the modes of trial is one that has to be listened to. What is being proposed here is not whole-scale abolition of trial by jury. And I think there seemed to be some misunderstanding, even though it was acknowledged that what is provided for is a partial doing away of trial by jury. But let us look at what is being proposed here. The proposal is empowering an application to be made for trial by judge alone in very specific circumstances, where trial by jury would not serve the ends of justice. So it focuses exclusively on jury tampering. And where a juror or an entire array, the jury, has been improperly approached, for a juror or the jury to be influenced, that may be for or against either side. And if there is ever a proper case to provide for a discretion for trial by bench alone, is in circumstances where you have jury tampering. I don't think it gets any higher than that, because the mode of trial is a means to an end, and that end is for justice to be served. So, notwithstanding the discomfort that revision of the Jury Act is coming soon, and it will allow for wider discussions on the matter, I do not see any injustice being done by what is being proposed at this time in the very limited circumstances. I would only say that in keeping with what the board pointed out, and which I will repeat for emphasis. And an improper approach to a juror may influence that juror for or against a defendant. And I would add for or against the prosecution. And so at the proposed 42B, subsection 3, where it says that the judge may order that the trial is to continue without a jury if the judge is satisfied that jury tampering has taken place, and to continue the trial without a jury would be fair to the defendant. That is kind of one-sided. It must also be fair to the other side. And it shouldn't be against one side and in favor of the other side. So it's really where the interest of justice require. And that, I think, is what you, the proposed 42C speaks to for the termination of trial. But it would require some tidying up between the proposed 42B and the 42C. I move to the amendment to the regulations. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, many times in the past, we have heard complaints that Principal Act are being amended and the attendant regulations are not amended. Well, here we have both the Principal Act and the regulations being amended at once. My same comment in respect of the non-payment for the work as a juror, but for defraying expenses. Then the amendment to Regulation 2.1, which speaks to payment for participating. Well, it says to cover the expense incurred for participating in the jury selection process and the traveling. That sets it out because it makes it clear that is those expenses that are incurred for those purposes. So, Mr. Speaker, I've always said that I don't like piecemeal amendments. And I have drawn a distinction between piecemeal and incremental amendments. This bill kind of fall in between the two. But what is being proposed is important. is important. So supporting the increase, it doesn't make sense putting off the empowering of the judge to continue with a trial where the jury has been tampered with to another time. And for that reason, I believe the bill should be supported, and I commend it for support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, it's been a useful debate. The first point I want to make is that it would be possible to increase the amounts paid to jurors for their service without bringing legislation to Parliament, because those rates are set by regulations, and you could have amended those regulations without going through the process of appending it to a bill dealing with other matters. That would have been possible. I suspect you took the opportunity to do both because you felt it was convenient and efficient to do it that way. But it didn't have to be that way. And speaking for myself, I would have really preferred, in light of the fact that you are committed to having a joint select committee reviewing trial by jury in Jamaica, the jury system, I think the proper way of proceeding would be to have increased the remuneration to jurors by an amendment to the regulations right away. It's impatient of debate and everybody supports that. And deal with all of the issues in this bill. And it's not just two issues. There's several issues in this bill. And they really ought properly to have been given the opportunity for thorough ventilation at the Joint Select Committee, which you've indicated will come after we pass this bill. So I support the point made by members on our side, led by the spokesperson for justice, the Member of Parliament for North East, St. Elizabeth on that. While I'm on the issue of those regulations, which could have been amended by regulations, I just want to make it clear that as set out here, the payment is not just for travel expenses. It's not just for remunerating or reimbursing expenses. It is for sitting on the jury and traveling to and fro to get to court. It's a compendious payment that covers both things. And at $6,000 a day, if you sit 5 days a week, that's well in excess of the minimum wage. It has an element of compensation for the service rendered. Time, you may not say people are professional jurors, but the payment is there to compensate, and it's expressly stated on pages 10 and 11 of this bill, that what it's for. It says to cover expenses incurred for sitting on the jury and traveling to and from the place from which the person is summoned. So it covers both things. And I think that's an important point to make. And for the record, I'm glad you're doing it now, Minister. The last time it was done, I was the minister. And that's quite a long time ago now. And we did a 400% increase at the time to $2,000 a day from $500, which is where it had been for ages. And, that seemed reasonably generous back then. Now it seems woefully inadequate. And so that's over a decade ago. So, time come for this increase, and we're glad for it. On the other provisions in the bill, there are some that I have some difficulty with. And I'm going to go to clause 3, first of all, Minister. And the new subsection 6 that is being inserted into section 2 of the Principal Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment to the Jury Act. The Jury Act deals with jury trials and matters relating to jury trials, serving jurors, empaneling juries, etc. And here we have, in this clause 3 of the bill, an insertion into the Jury Act of a provision which doesn't, on the face of it, have anything to do with trial by jury per se. This is talking about a trial readiness hearing, and if you read the clause, the new clause 6, being inserted in the clause 2, there's not one reference to jury in it. It's all to do with a hearing presided over a judge, on which it is determined whether the trial date, which was already set, can be confirmed, having regard to a whole list of things. It's not clear to me whether this is applying to civil proceedings as well as criminal proceedings, or just criminal proceedings. I don't know. It's not clear. To the extent that it's intended to apply to criminal proceedings, I submit that this provision should be in the Criminal Justice Administration Act, because it is nothing to do with trial by jury per se. It is a general provision for a new procedure called a trial readiness hearing. To the extent it's intended to apply to civil proceedings, it should be in the civil procedure rules. It does not belong in the Jury Act. That's my point. It's not a jury provision. Moving on. I'm moving to clause 7 of the bill. And clause 7 is on page 4. And it's important to understand the scheme of it. So there are 3 subsections that are being inserted in a new section 37 of the Jury Act, which replaces the existing 37, which is being repealed. Subsection 1 deals with parties to a civil trial. Subsection 3 is dealing with a particular issue where there's going to be a special jury. And the member for West Central St. James indicated the nature of a special jury and its role. The provision in relation to the special jury says that the cost of it shall be treated as cost in the cause. So typically, whoever loses, an order for cost is made against them in our system in civil matters. they would bear the cost of the special jury. But in subsection 1, it says that if a party applies to have the case tried by jury, the payment to the jurors is an obligation of that party. Now, to me, that builds in a perception of a conflict of interest. How can it be that the person who applies to have the trial done by jury in civil proceedings is the party who ends up paying the jurors? That looked like immediately the piper playing. Whoever pays the piper calls the tune. That is a general aphorism that people know. It can't, to me, yes, it's paid through the court, but the law says that the party who made the application is a party who's paying it. So the jurors would know that their stipend is being paid by him. He's the one who applied for it to be tried by jury. Or her. So my point is, it builds into the system a perception of bias, which is not right. And that a different approach should be found. I move to clause 10 of the bill, which is on page 5. And this is the one that deals with jury tampering. And there are 4 new sections that are being inserted into the Jury Act, dealing with trial without jury. Now, my first point on this is to note, as has been noted, that 42A, which is the first of the 4 sections, gives the right to the prosecution to apply to the judge for the trial to be conducted without a jury. No right is being given to the defense. Now, under the existing law, as I understand it, and I was the minister who piloted the legislation that brought this into the law, any trial, criminal trial that would be triable by jury, which is not a trial where the death penalty can be administered on a conviction, is a trial that the parties can agree should be by judge alone. They have to agree. The defense and the prosecution currently have to agree. If they agree, it doesn't matter the nature of the offense. If it's not one to which the death penalty applies, not a capital offense, then the trial must proceed by judge alone if the parties want that. Parties being the defense and the prosecution. Here we're achieving an imbalance because we're giving the prosecution a right to apply for something that would otherwise be a jury trial to proceed as a judge alone trial. And the defense is given no such right. I think that there ought to be a general right in the defense to apply to the court for a trial by judge alone if the defense wishes to do so. The member for East Portland indicated that in certain jurisdictions, as he puts it, and I assume he means parts of Jamaica, where there, where circuits are heard, circuit courts are heard with juries, there may be a sense that a defendant can't get a fair trial because the case, the publicity around the case and so on was such that people may already have a particular view of the guilt of that defendant. So, the defendant may feel the only way he or she can get a fair trial is if it's a judge alone trial. But there's no right being given to the defendant to make that application. And that ought to be there if you're giving the prosecution a right to apply for a judge alone trial because of alleged or suspected tampering. So I think that needs to be fixed, or at least needs to be addressed and corrected. The next point I wish to make is in the new 42C, which is on page 7 of the bill. And by the way, Minister, I'm going to pause here a second. And again, this is a procedural matter. Here we are debating an amendment to the Jury Act, which is far-reaching, as has already been indicated. It's not just one thing it's dealing with. There are a number of far-reaching things that it's doing. And I am debating this bill holding a long form. Well, I haven't received it. It wasn't tabled to me. I don't have it. I don't have any left-hand pages showing me the sections that are being amended. This is a photocopy. I mean, this is not a printed copy from the printing office. How come we don't have that? How come we don't have a printed bill by the government printer on such a fundamental issue? And why wasn't this tabled? You don't have this. None of us have this. How can this be right? Again, you know, this is not a one-clause bill that's doing something uncontroversial and we want to get it done quickly. This is a far-reaching piece of legislation that affects the rights of Jamaican people to due process under the law, and we don't have a printed bill disseminated for the opposition benches so that we can see that. And it's really not good enough, Minister. And again, even this does not have the left-hand pages in it. The one I was just handed here doesn't have the left-handed pages, colleague members. Our pages appended to the bill that show the existing provisions that are being amended by the bill. So you can see what the law is now, and you can read the amendments that are in the bill and see what those amendments are doing. Without it, you're in the dark. You're flying without radar. And the proper practice is that the bill that's printed and sent here has the left-hand pages in it. This does not. It's not acceptable. Anyway, I move to the new section 42C, which is on page 7 of the long form bill. Let me look back at this thing now. It's on page 6 of what was circulated to me just now. And when you read it, subsection 1, it's a strange thing to read. This is what the section says. 42.1 says, subject to subsection 2, the judge may terminate a trial. The judge may terminate a trial and order a new trial if the judge is satisfied that it's in the interest of justice to do so. That's it. This is not a tampering provision. The tampering provision is the earlier one, 42A. It doesn't say whether is this any trial? Is this a civil trial and a criminal trial? That a judge can just suddenly say, no, you know what? I'm ending this trial now. And I'm ordering a new trial. You could be weeks into a trial, expended millions of dollars on legal fees. And a judge just says, you know, I think the interests of justice require a new trial to be stopped. I don't understand this provision. This is certainly not warranted by the situation that occurred in the case that the member from East Portland was counseled in on appeal. Yes, it's subject to subsection 2. And it says that where a judge terminates a trial under subsection 1, the judge may order that the new trial is conducted without a jury. If the judge is satisfied in respect of a new trial, the conditions in 42A3 are fulfilled. But there's nothing in subsection 1 that suggests it's limited to a trial by jury, or that it's even limited to a criminal trial. It says nothing about that. Yes, and subsection 2 simply says that when the judge is deciding to terminate the trial and order a new one, he may order that it's without a jury. Yeah, but he may not. It may not have been a trial by jury in the first place. I'm just saying it's too. Subsection 1 is broad, and the proper scope of it needs to be clear. It can't be just a general provision that seems to apply to all trials in Jamaica. So, Minister, these are my comments. I've already addressed the issue of the stipend, or whatever you call it now, the fees, the remuneration for jurors, which we support that increase. And of course, we would all want it to be as high as possible, because as the member for Central Clarendon said in his maiden presentation, we all want to encourage people to serve as jurors. And Minister, I thought, quite frankly, that you would have used this opportunity to reduce the scope of persons who are exempt from jury duty. Because when I made the last set of amendments to the Juries Act, over a decade ago, we had reduced the scope of exemptions. In some jurisdictions, there are no exemptions, zero. And I'm saying I made a start. But the problem of impaneling juries, member for West Rural, I think you are, St. Andrew, the problem of impaneling jurors is continuing. And we hear about it all the time, that we're having a challenge in impaneling sufficient jurors, that not sufficient jurors are responding to summonses. The minister indicated the voters list doesn't give alias names, and people in the community don't know who Ebenezer Forrest is. They only know him as Dirty Foot. So, Minister, I thought maybe that sort of a reform could have been considered now as well. But it's a bit piecemeal. We're proceeding in a piecemeal manner. And given that you're having this joint select committee, Minister, again, I would say to you, look, deal with the regulations that increase the remuneration, the stipend right away, and have the select committee appointed to review jury law in Jamaica, the jury system in Jamaica. As it stands, some of these provisions would be difficult for us to support because their scope is too wide. So some of the provisions that don't belong in this legislation at all, and so on. So I urge you to maybe take the opportunity to consider some of these points and decide how you wish to proceed, or if you want to proceed today and try to pass this, that's up to you. But were I in your shoes, in the light of the submissions made, I would give myself the opportunity to have the benefit of the excellent team of which the Minister of State has spoken, and of which I am myself familiar and can attest to their excellence, ma'am. So, thank you. Those are my submissions.
I want to thank all the members who have contributed. And you will see that I will take advice, okay? Let me first of all deal with the points that my colleague from West Central pointed out, and also with what the leader of the opposition has reiterated some and also indicated how to proceed. Before I touch on the other members from Northeast St. Elizabeth and Eastern Portland. And that will guide me as to how I'm going to proceed, okay? First, I think the member from West Central made some good points, but a lot of them has to deal with a bit of, should I say, does affect a bit of the drafting. So you say instead of saying settled, we use certified. And the question in subsection 2, which I'll come back to in a second, section 3, where the trial, as the date has already been set, I had hoped to move an amendment to say whether the trial date can be confirmed in relation to the rest of the matters. But I'll come back to the point you raised. And also, instead of saying paid such fees, we're going to remove in section 5, not paid such fees, but paid such expenses as may be prescribed by the minister. And we remove fees in both section 5 and section 7. Now, the point I think, leader of the opposition, member from St. Andrew South, I believe to see at the trial readiness stage, when these matters are being considered, I think at that trial readiness stage, the question of whether there's some insinuation that tampering is likely to take place, but is not properly conveyed there. So that is why at the trial readiness stage, sometimes the impression is given that threats have been made and what have you. But I think your point is that if that cannot be properly formulated to affect the tampering, it shouldn't be there. So I'll accept that. So in relation to your point about the regulation, the truth of the matter is that there's no perfect bill. There's always going to be a good bill, but not a perfect bill. And there's always a case where you can adjust words, adjust phrase. Believe me, as chairman of legislation committee, we sit there for hours changing phrases. So it's one of the concern with legislation. But just to say that, to emphasize, we want a bill that is acceptable and can do what it says it should. And that is, yes, raise the fees, not fees, provide the expenses to have to be, when you're summoned, that you're not out of pocket totally from being summoned to jury duty. You can pay your bus fare, you can, buy lunch or a drink. When this matter came up of the Vybz Kartel trial, and my team said we need to put this in right away. My impression is that it would take a couple of weeks, just put a phrase, wherever tampering occurs, the jury can be dismissed, and so on. I must admit, all these additional phrases that have come into it give me a lot of concerns. And the truth of the matter is that the points you've raised, especially leader of the opposition, are matters to be concerned, to time, to make sure we're dealing totally with tampering. And for that reason, I'm going to postpone the closure and look at how we can properly adjust it. And if it can't be adjusted, we do it over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore ask for the suspension of the debate on the Jury Act.
The request is on the floor for a suspension of the Juries Act debate. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 6:22 p.m., I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time. Rico, Before that, Mr. Speaker, can I ask for the recommittal of questions and answers to questions?
The request is on the floor for the recommittal of question and answer. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 6:23 p.m., I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
The question is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Question and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and Leader of Government Business in the House.
You want to speak in the mic?
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'll invite the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and Leader of Government Business in the House. The following question standing in my name on the question notice paper.
Mr. Speaker, the questions and the answers are as follows. Under Section A, Mining and Land Reclamation, Geographic Area of SML 130 for years 2020 to 2025. How many hectares of mine land have been certified as reclaimed by the Commissioner of Mines? For the period January 1, 2020 to December 31, 2025, 141.45 hectares of mine lands in SML 130 were certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated by the Commissioner of Mines. How many hectares of mine lands have been certified mined out but remains unreclaimed? The total area certified mined out in SML 130 for the period was 177.72 hectares. Of this figure, 24.23 hectares have been certified as satisfactorily reclaimed, which leaves a balance of 153.49 hectares that have not yet been certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated. of that number of the 153.49 hectares not certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated, 70 hectares were due to be certified the end of this year. 11.93 end of 2025. Sorry, 11.93 hectares are due to be certified by the end of 2026, and 67.94 hectares are due to be certified by the end of 2027. The penalty is US $25,000 per hectare for not having land certified within 3 years after being certified mined out. How many hectares have been mined but not yet certified as mined out? For the period, 39.66 hectares have been partially mined but not yet depleted and therefore not certified as mined out. This is for two main reasons. Property acquisition issues where mining of the remainder of the ore body is hampered by the lack of access to adjacent properties on which the rest of the bauxite is found, and two, bauxite remaining in ore bodies based on quality issues which requires blending. There have been efforts to reduce this area, especially with regard to the ones affected by property acquisition issues. In cases where the portion with bauxite has been depleted, they will be deemed mined out and subsequently rehabilitated. When the lands to the access of the remaining portion of the ore body have been obtained, then mining will continue on the remainder. How many hectares are currently being actively mined? As of January 9, 2026, 2 ore bodies are actively being mined. Actively being mined means that the bauxite is being removed from the pits, and these are in Poros, Victoria area. They are PTV 134, which is 1.6 hectares, and PVT 169, 1.06 hectares, which means 2.66 hectares are currently being actively mined. How many hectares have been used for haul roads and other activities supported mining? An estimated 32 hectares were used for haul roads during the period. The roads will remain in use for after mining for agriculture, subdivisions, and community expansion. How many hectares are scheduled for mining in the future? Approximately 2,100 hectares of bauxite deposits are available for mining in the geographic area SML 130. B Land Management Program. As of November 30, 2025, how many hectares are leased to tenant farmers and how many farmers are tenants? Jamaica acknowledges that a total of 31 farmers are currently utilizing 219.34 hectares of bauxite lands within the SML for agricultural purposes. However, there has been no active leasing program in place for several years. Plans are underway to revamp and relaunch the program in 2026. The Jamaica Bauxite Institute also has small parcels within the SML that they manage under a program called Midlands. These represent former Reynolds properties that are also being used for tenant farming. Under that program, a total of 33 hectares is available for lease, of which 16.2 hectares have been leased to 2 farmers within SML 130. The total hectares of land occupied by tenant farmers is therefore 235 hectares. For the years 2020 to 2025, how many hectares of crops have been damaged or otherwise impacted by mining activities, and what is the corresponding assessed value? Jamaica does not maintain a record of crops damaged or otherwise impacted by mining activities on a per hectare basis. Crop compensation is negotiated with individuals under different types of arrangements and not reported as a line item. What methodology is currently employed to assess crop damage and determine compensation? Compensation is determined on a case-by-case basis. Complaints are directed through the various community councils or directly to the company through the company's community relations officer, CRO. The CRO then elevates the matter to the appropriate officer within the bauxite company, where the company has employed a dedicated agricultural officer. That person would assess the crops to determine the extent of damage to the crop. The Rural Agricultural Development Authority plays a consultative role in this process, and their expertise is in the use of crop value at the time of the complaint. Crop maturity, quantity, market price are some of the parameters used to determine compensation. Where the company has no agricultural officer, the matter is referred to RADA, which does an assessment and provides a report to the bauxite company. The report would include estimated crop value at the time of the complaint, crop maturity, quantity, among other information relevant to the specific claim. The report from RADA can then be used to form the basis of discussions between the company and the claimant in order to arrive at an agreement on the final compensation value. Resettlement and infrastructure. How many hectares of resettlement lands remain unallocated? There are approximately 657 lots averaging 0.2 hectares each, which have not yet been allocated, some of which are in undeveloped subdivisions. Approximately 289 lots remain unallocated in SML 130 in the South Manchester area. Jamalco is in the process of onboarding developers to assist in expediting the outstanding works. This is contingent clearly on Jamalco's budget and may be impacted by the pace of the relevant approvals. How many land vendors are pending allocations? Approximately 261 vendors are currently awaiting allocation of lots as of December 2025, with 172 persons pending allocation in Manchester. How many resettlement houses remain to be constructed? Jamalco seldom undertakes the rebuilding of houses, as compensation is usually paid to landowners occupiers based on the reinstatement value of their houses. Currently, construction of only 2 houses are outstanding in Manchester. How many resettlement land titles were transferred to the owners between 2020 and 2025? As of December 2025, 311 certificates of titles were transferred to landowners between 2020 and 2025. Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130, between August 20 and September 2025, a total of 45 titles were transferred by Jamalco, 23 in South Manchester, 22 in Western Clarendon. How many resettlement land titles remain outstanding? Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130 at the end of September 2025, a total of 348 resettlement titles remain outstanding within subdivisions, 48 in South Manchester, 300 in Western Clarendon. For subdivisions with incomplete infrastructure, please provide the number of subdivisions, total area, number of lots in each. Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130, there are 11 subdivisions with incomplete infrastructure. The total area of each and the number of the lots are as follows. Jamalco, South Manchester, SML 130, Hampton Phase 1, total area 2.075 hectares, number of lots 9, Hampton Phase 2, 1.265 hectares, number of lots 8, Hampton Phase 3, 1.253 hectares, number of lots 8, John Robinson, 8.28 hectares, number of lots 42, Little Hampton, 6.67 hectares, number of lots 34, Trinity Phase 1, 6.36 hectares, number of lots 33, Trinity Phase 2, 3.50, number of lots 6. Jamalco Clarendon, SML 130, Denby Crawl Phase 1, 59.89 hectares, 67 lots. Denby Crawl Phase 2, 70.42 hectares, 193 lots. Stewarton, 2.4 hectares, 11 lots. Whitney was available in terms of the amount of hectares, 126 lots. Identify the community development projects and the related budgets for 2020-2025. Community development projects within SML 130 are carried out by Jamalco as well as the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. Over the period 2020 to 2025, Jamalco has reported total investment of US $5.7 million, or just over 900 million Jamaican dollars. Of this total, US $4.7 million was used to support the delivery of potable water to residents across the SML. Additionally, 170 persons from communities are currently employed as observers, traffic wardens, distributed as follows: South Manchester, 60 persons; Harmons Valley, 90 persons; Greenvale to Toll, 20 persons. It is also to be noted that there is a standard requirement for Jamalco's contractors to employ persons to carry out these tasks from communities. We estimate that there are currently approximately 48 persons in Harmons Valley employed by Jamalco's contractors and 20 persons from communities in South Manchester. The Jamaica Bauxite Institute, through the Bauxite Community Development Program, has invested close to 30 million Jamaican dollars in SML 130 between 2020 and 2025 in relation to parts of the SML within the parish of Manchester. The investment from the BCDP included the rehabilitation and reopening of the Broadleaf Community Health Clinic, support to chicken farmers and local agriculture, as well as training and community infrastructure support, including road rehabilitation. What is the total compensation paid to affected residents for dust, noise, and other nuisances caused by mining activities for 2025 to 2020 to 2025? Total compensation paid to affected residents for dust, noise, and other nuisances caused by mining from 2020 to 2025 is approximately $350 million just in this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you very much. Let me say, this is the first time I've been able to get any data regarding the bauxite mining activities in South Manchester. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. And, you know, if I were to just use one example in terms of the answers you gave me, when I asked about community development projects, you maybe
Only one time.
could you just turn on this speaker? It doesn't seem any better. Thank you. If I were to use one example, Minister, the question related to community development projects. It turns out that basically more than 80% of what they call community development project is water trucking. And that works out at about somewhere around $10 or $12 million a month that they spend trucking water. Now, a lot of this trucking water is really for dust suppression in the mining areas and the haul roads. Don't get the impression that all of this is to provide potable water to communities. But, Minister, you will recall immediately after Hurricane Melissa, when you wrote us with an allocation for water trucking. I believe you were the minister that wrote us with making an allocation for water trucking. Minister Samuda. And I immediately attempted to get from Jamalco. I called, I sent emails, WhatsApp. Just tell me the areas that you are already trucking water to, so that this little 2 million that we got, because remember what, all the NWC systems were down at that time. So I just wanted to ensure that I don't spend my little allocation overlapping areas that they may already be trucking to. They flatly refuse to give me any information in that regard. So, and you would think that at a time of a national crisis, that would have been something easily shared, but they refuse. So I just say that to indicate how difficult it is to get very basic information from a very secretive company. Now, Minister, you've provided a lot of information, and I thank you for that. But let me just say, what matters to communities is not just the mining licenses, as those are necessary and those are important but not sufficient. Communities expect Jamalco to maintain its social license to operate through transparency, through early consultation when they're going to mine out new areas, through fair compensation and through credible and timely rehabilitation of the areas that have been mined out. When you speak today, 70 hectares and 100 and this hectares and 1,000 hectares, it might be difficult for people to visualize what that means. But if you go into sections of South Manchester, I invite you, Minister, if you have not yet done so, to do a tour with this Member of Parliament. And there are sections that look post-apocalyptic. The areas are mined out. They look like a bomb fell on them. They have not been rehabilitated. Although no mining has taken place for over a decade in some cases, you see no rehabilitation. You see schools like Winston Jones look like it was marooned, like it was an island, because hectares and hectares, or acres and acres all around it had been mined out, and the school was just perched on an unmined spot and just the road to access the school. And that area has, since I've started my agitation, they've started rehabilitating it. But the officials of Jamalco go into communities that they're about to start mining or that are agitating for some relief. When they go in with a small army of private security and JCF personnel. And the communities find that show of force intimidating, and it immediately sets up a power imbalance. Then there's also a knowledge imbalance. Information is asymmetric. The community members, the small farmers and other residents don't have this information that you have shared with us, and neither does their elected representative initially, but thankfully, through the vehicle of this parliament, we are able to speak for those who would otherwise be voiceless and who would be suffering because of the power imbalance and the knowledge imbalance. So the small farmers and representatives have to rely on, the small farmers and the other residents have to rely on their have to rely on their representatives. And that is why I'm asking, I hope the Speaker will give us a little more indulgence, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to ask questions and to make comments, because there are other MPs who have the impact, or whose communities suffer the impact of mining. So, Minister, you will be aware that for many years, for a long time, the receipts to the Treasury to finance from bauxite levy or from income tax have been dwindling to little or nothing. There are many quarters. Just when we did the third supplementary estimate, I believe it was reported that there was no bauxite levy that had been collected in the previous period. And we know that, rarely do the local subsidiaries report income to be liable for corporate income tax. And the claim has been for a long time that the industry is so marginal that it cannot afford. If they are to be pressed to maintain their obligations, because your answers here show they're way behind in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of resettlement, in terms of transferring titles, on every dimension we can imagine. They're not living up to their obligations under law and under the license. But their argument has been that the industry is marginal. If you pressure us to comply with our obligations, we're going to have to shut down. And this was even said at a recent community meeting by a representative of Jamalco. And they said, in any event, this is outside of our control. These decisions are made by Century Aluminum, the ultimate parent company of Jamalco. As you know, Minister, it's a joint venture, 55-45. The government of Jamaica, through CAP, owns 45% of it. So the residents and even us here in Parliament have to rely on the agencies, the government companies, such as Clarendon Alumina Productions, to represent the interests of the Jamaicans. But Minister, when I went to or let me ask it as a question. Are you aware, and this is information from the website of the Cabinet Office, that the last report submitted by Clarendon Alumina Productions was for the period 2016-2017. The last annual report that was submitted to Cabinet, this is from the Cabinet Office website, was 2016-2017, 10 years ago, a decade ago. We rely on NEPA, the National Environment and Planning Agency. Their last report was for the period 2015-2016. So all of these bodies where I should, as a member of Parliament, be able to go to their reports to get updates, to get data on what is happening, because they have responsibilities under the various legislation, is really so out of date that it is pointless. So, but when I kept hearing this cry of hardship, financial hardship, I said, well, let me do my own research using overseas sources, since there's no current ones available to me, before you table the answers to these questions. And to my surprise, between April and December last year, the share price of Central Aluminum had increased by 150%. 150%. Now, Glencore sold a small portion of its shareholding, and according to the Reuters article I read, raked in cash.
With a metal rake.
With a metal rake. The figures, the quarterly financials published by the company for the quarter ended September, and this was the first quarter that was affected by the increased tariffs on imported aluminum. The US imposed a 50% tariff on imported aluminum in June 2025, which really provided a windfall for US-based smelters. Central Aluminum is one of those US-based smelters. Provided a windfall because now imported aluminum became uncompetitive relative to their supply. So there's only two local smelters in the US, or two companies that operate smelters, Alcoa and Central Aluminum. So it is a good time for them. Third quarter results, which was the first quarter positively impacted, their EBITDA for that quarter was $101 billion US dollars. EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, a measure of profitability, which jumped, by the way, about 35% quarter to quarter. And the impact is not fully felt yet. So the argument that we've been hearing that, ability to pay is constraining is difficult to swallow. And Minister, I therefore would hope that our responsible agencies, whether it be the Commissioner of Mines, whether it be NEPA, whether it be the JPI, whoever has those responsibilities, don't keep taking these excuses and now start to enforce much more assertively. I welcome, Minister, the penalty that you speak of that's going to be enforced, certainly for the first in a very long time, 25,000 US per hectare, and this will start by being applied to 70.83 hectares, which should have been certified long ago. My question is this penalty per annum, or is it a one-time penalty that after giving some forbearance is it applied? But what will happen next year or the year after if the same 70.83 acres is not rehabilitated? Right. Is it in lieu of rehabilitation, or is it going to be a recurring fine? So it creates an incentive for them to do the rehabilitation. So that's question one. The second has to do with this idea, or Minister, what I'll really tell you is an excuse where there are many mines, and you have here 40 hectares that have mining has long stopped, and they say it's not yet been depleted. And when you look up in the corner of the mine, you see what appear to be a few truckloads left. You know, maybe 1 or 2% of the bauxite that had been in that particular pit. And it's left for so long that huge trees are growing now in the mine out pit, but yet no rehabilitation has started. And Minister, I don't accept this thing. I want to suggest to you that it is a scam. It is an excuse to not live up to their obligations. And I would like you, Minister, and I'm asking you, would you have the Commissioner of Mines do even partial certification of those pits? I don't think it's a legitimate reason. They can go and assess it. But even if it is, if 98% of the pit is mined out, they cannot then indefinitely leave it unrehabilitated for the 2% that is not. So I am therefore asking Minister, is there any power that the Commissioner of Mines has to compel them to at least, where way longer than 3 years has gone, to partially certify that pit and to rehabilitate the 90-odd% which has already been mined out? The people have been waiting decades to hear this response. So
yes, member. The people have been waiting, but ask the question so that the minister can answer you.
The questions. These are follow-up questions. Mr. Speaker, the minister has provided a lot of information.
But ask questions, don't make statements.
I'm asking follow-up questions, but I have
Let me hear them.
Mr.
We want to know about the pits. Yeah. The pits that they
Mr.
have.
Speaker, farmers are currently occupying.
Remember to speak in the mic.
Farmers are currently occupying 219 hectares of bauxite lands and using them for agricultural purposes. That's not a small amount, that's a significant amount of land. But because there is no formal leasing program, these farmers are left in a very precarious position, because at any time they can be given short notice to quit the land. And many of this 1,000 acres, that is rather 1,000 hectares that's left for mining, they may not get to this for another 5 years, another 10 years. So I don't see why an arrangement can be made to give these farmers formal tenure for whether 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, as the case may be, because there must be a plan in terms of how they're going to progress with their mining. And then this statement in answer to on the land management program B, where Jamaica does not maintain a record of crops damaged. Minister, I don't think this is acceptable. What this leads to is no accountability. This leads to no accountability. I think if the company doesn't do it, then certainly some agency of the government, whether RADA, whether JBI, whether the Commissioner of Mines, because if no record is being kept, then how do we hold them accountable? And similarly, with respect to C, which was, that question was what methodology is employed to assess crop damage and determine compensation. And their answer was that compensation is determined on a case-by-case basis. Yes, no, Minister, I don't think that is acceptable. Again, because of the power imbalance, because of the information asymmetry. I don't know why we can't determine a measure. Rather, one of our experts to say, if it's pumpkin is a crop, what is the compensation for per acre or hectare of pumpkin and so on? That can't be beyond us to develop a standard that is used to guide these compensation. Of course, each farmer may have a different mix of crops. So we know that it will be different. There will be some customization. But
question. Please.
The question is, can't we establish an objective basis for compensation for replacement of crops? And with respect to the community councils, Minister, these councils were set up back in the day, some maybe 20 years ago.
Question again, member. Please.
I'm going to ask the question if you'll allow me.
No, but you're not asking a question, you're making a statement, and we have other members who want to ask questions. Get to the questions, please.
There are pages of
Get to the questions, sir. Member, get to the questions.
Is the minister aware?
Right. Sounds good.
That these community councils were established decades ago, and the representation on the councils no longer represents the areas where mining is currently taking place, but where was being mined initially? Is the minister aware, and is the minister further aware that this frustrates proper representation on these community councils? And then I turn to resettlement. I turn to resettlement and infrastructure. And Minister, you've given a lot of information here, which will take some time to digest. But what it shows is that there are hundreds of persons who have been resettled. And you speak to various communities. Some of these resettlements took place decades ago again. I have met individuals who...
Question, member.
Is the minister aware that there are individuals who I can speak to with some certainty, who were relocated over a decade ago and have still not received title for the lot they were put on? And is the minister further aware that some of these individuals have now died, and it's their children who are struggling to inherit what their father or mother, as the case may be, left for them, but because they have no title and often cannot find the little letter of possession which they were given decades ago, and they're left in a sort of limbo where they cannot inherit the assets that their parents earned for many years. So this whole resettlement, Minister, is unacceptable, and I'm asking,
If you're aware that it's
will you put some task force in place? Because this impacts not just South Manchester. I'm sure it impacts Centre. I am sure it impacts Northwest Manchester. I'm sure it impacts Clarendon. Because all of these, St. Catherine, because all of these parishes have suffered from the same thing. And finally, Minister,
Are you aware?
the total Does the minister believe that given the thousands of households that have been impacted by bauxite mining in South Manchester, or more broadly under this particular mining lease, that 50 something million a year in total compensation? I'm using the figures you gave for the last 6 years, dividing it on a per year basis. 50 something million per year, Jamaican dollars, is adequate compensation for the dislocation, the dust, the noise, and other nuisances which they suffer in their day-to-day lives. And further, is the minister aware that when you break down what they pay by household, that the amount per day is a mere $60-something, not per person, per household. This is people who live beside haul roads with heavy equipment going by their house every day, coating everything in dust. Their children are suffering from sinus. That 60-something cannot even buy 2 Panadol sinus at the local shop. Cannot even buy for a dose for one person. And is the minister prepared to champion the rights of these residents to ensure that they get fairer compensation from these companies? Thank you.
Member from Northwestern Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Minister, this 70.83 hectares, which should have been certified in 2025, can the minister say what are the reasons why there's a delay? And can the minister say how many times has this $25,000 penalty been charged on any of the bauxite companies for delay of more than 3 years for not reclaiming bauxite lands? Question C, the answer the minister gave of how many hectares have been mined out by not yet certified as mined out. In C1, the minister mentioned that property acquisition issues where mining of the remainder of the ore body is hampered the lack of access. Can the minister say how long has this lack of access has been in place, and when will it be dealt with? And if there is any section of the JBI or the ministry itself that helps to deal with matters like this, otherwise the area that has been mined out will be left mined out for a very long time if this issue is not dealt with. Thirdly, the lands that bauxite companies hold, and not in this instance only Jamalco, which is being discussed by this, but just generally island-wide, agricultural land that these bauxite companies have in their land bank, which is underutilized. Is the ministry, is there going to be a policy if that these lands are underutilized for many years, as we have discussed those lands in Grove Place in my own constituency? Will there be a policy by the Ministry of Agriculture, the government, in reclaiming back these lands somehow and putting them into proper agricultural production? Where haul roads are supposed to be installed and that have not been done, and the public road is being used for hauling of bauxite,
Is there going to be a policy by the government for the maintenance of these roads? Or will there be a timeline? And if by the bauxite company, maintenance by the bauxite companies. And if the timeline has been missed of the construction of these haul roads, will there be sanctions for the continued use of the public thoroughfare? And the bauxite companies, why I ask that question, Minister, is because the bauxite companies cannot, this is my understanding, use a public road to haul bauxite unless permission is given by NEPA and the government. But these prolonged use of roads and the deterioration of public roads is that it hurts the residents, who in turn get back little from the bauxite mining in these communities. And Minister, last question, Alpat. You made grand announcement about the proposal. Why are you looking at the speaker, Minister? Look this way. It is not, but it's a question. And the Minister will answer at another time, I hope. Or should I table questions to ask about Alpat? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm waiting to be identified.
You're identified. You're identified. I identified.
But no, I'm not clear. I thought the protocol was that the speaker would identify me. Yes. Speaker, just to compliment the Minister for the data that has been provided. And I'll start there because in most of our constituencies where we have mining, we don't have this information. And as the member from South Manchester pointed out, it's not easy because the reporting, if done, is not made public, it seems. So, Minister, will you commit to providing this House with an annual report akin to the kind of data that is provided in these questions? Sort of a report card on the mining companies. Secondly, the report speaks to 235 hectares of land being leased to about, 33 farmers. And that amounts to about 15 hectares per farmer, which is equivalent 7 hectares per farmer, which is about 15 acres for those of us who think that way. So these are not small holdings, Minister. So the question is, who is it that is leasing the land? How much of these lands are in the hands of the local community members? And again, because of the amount of lands that's being leased, then we wonder if the local folks are getting access. The other part of this is the formalization, Minister. Are you aware that because there are informal arrangements through which the farmers access these lands, they cannot get the concessions for motor vehicles, they cannot use them for bank loans, and so to a certain extent, they are not able to optimize the lands that they're occupying, and of course the risk that they'll be removed at short notice because of the absence of formal arrangements. Further to that, Minister, will you commit to ensuring, as has been asked in various forms, will you commit to ensuring that these arrangements are formalized so that the benefits can accrue to those who are using the lands? At the core of what we're seeing with the industry, Minister, Mr. Speaker, is failure to enforce existing laws and policies. And so that's why we're struggling with land titles, rehabilitation of the lands. Is the ministry aware of what the challenges are in enforcing the laws and ensuring that the benefits that should go to people, or the time frame within which things are to be done. Is the ministry aware of what the challenges are, and what steps are you taking to address these challenges? In one of my communities, it's $800 per month as the dust benefit. $800 per month for a household. And in some cases...
Remember, keep
it
to
is
the question. Questions. Please.
Is the minister aware, and can the minister explain to the House why even the small amounts that are paid to households for dust nuisance, in my case, $800 per household, why isn't this being done consistently? And what measures are being taken to enforce the payment of these benefits? Finally, the minister would recall his previous presentation in the House, in which he spoke of all communities with mining activities having running water and certain basic amenities. Minister, what steps are you going to take to ensure that these amenities are put in place? And in addition to water, the rest of us would be interested in roads, formal access to land, as well as a fund that can be used for the redevelopment of communities when the bauxite activities, the mining activities cease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question is the minister aware of the difficulty that representatives of the people face in even getting conversations or meetings with these bauxite companies? And further, is he aware that it's not much easier to get consultation with JBI as well? I also wonder if the minister is aware that lands that might not have been mined out for bauxite have been under the ownership of these bauxite companies, and many have been deemed unworthy of mining, yet still under the ownership of these companies. Is the minister therefore further aware that this monopolization of ownership has robbed the people of agricultural and other income-earning activities, housing, opportunities, and indeed, even burial sites in these communities that have to go far and wide to bury their relatives? Is the minister also aware that recreational activities have been extremely affected by the pollution of rivers, in particular as it relates to caustic being released into these rivers, causing for the habit of recreation at these waterways to end, stymie, and indeed many of these rivers to be avoided by children, their parents, and the citizens who once enjoyed the recreational benefits of these entities? Is the minister aware that there has been anecdotal evidence that there has been greater roof damage in bauxite areas relative to the wind than in most other areas that had even greater wind forces from the hurricane? That multiple roof loss have been attributed to weakened roofs due to the bauxite dust, acid rain, and the rusting that has been caused in these bauxite areas due to the dust. Is the minister also aware that this dust and acid rain have also affected agricultural output? And I would love to piggyback on the member from St. Anne, who indicated that there's ownership of extreme numbers of acres, but is it possible to know the output from these entities? Because while it is, we may say, 7 acres under production, is it possible for us to know the output from these areas? Because it sounds as if many are just holding lands and not necessarily producing on these properties that they claim that they own. Finally, is the minister aware that there have been a cease on bauxite, what you call it, they used to call it dust money, in many communities, that the bauxite company has unilaterally decided not to pay the dust contribution. I heard the unfortunate number of $67 a day in South Manchester per family, and yet still was jealous of the fact when it compares to $0 a day in Northwest St. Catherine, a unilateral decision taken by the bauxite company. Finally, is the minister aware that the employment practices of these bauxite companies would have been deemed by any reasonable employee of the Ministry of Labor to be unfair practices, and also a focus on contracts and subcontracted labor into many of these plants, reducing what was once the benefits through labor and earning from the bauxite companies? Can the minister therefore provide information if there has been any engagement from any arm of government to have more fair practices within these areas? If I may be allowed, Minister, I'll also ask, is the minister aware that there's been many damage to houses due to blasting from bauxite mining, and also from the facilitation of bauxite mining? So many of these roads to the mines in their preparation have also caused for great damage, for which that's why I'm wondering if he's aware. And further aware that the damage to these areas have been refused compensation, with the bauxite entities unwilling even to visit when informed by many of these communities, like Wandibolas, about damage to their houses due to blasting and other activities such as those. We'd want to know if the minister is such aware.
All right, let me thank the members. I will start by saying I recognize the speaker gave a lot of latitude. And I'll explain in some of the things. Once the answers are given to the questions, the follow-up should really be confined to the answers that have been given, right? Because sometimes we then introduce matters that it was outside of the scope, and clearly would have been outside of maybe the preparation for this. So I say that to my colleagues across the aisle. I will try as far as possible to answer the questions posed, especially those that touch and concern directly the subjects that I had responded on. Some of the questions my colleague from Northwest St. Catherine do not. But there are matters that you have raised that I would suggest that you put into writing and send to me, right? So the matters in relation to damage, the matters in relation to dust, the matters in relation to claims around acid rain and claims around greater roof damage. Those are things that I would suggest you pen to me so I can ask the teams to investigate, because those would require investigation. Again, I would not have gotten a brief about the employment practices, but what I do know that our bauxite company still provides one of the most stable employment in the country. And oftentimes when you go and tour these companies, you meet people who have been there for decades, quite frankly. And the bauxite industry is still the highest average paying sector in our country. So it still is critical, especially in relation to gainful employment. And then when you speak about the amount of
independent contractors, those who do the mining, those who do the trucking, the ecosystem around bauxite mining is significant in relation to our economic activity. Again, the questions around the river, the
Time is
time,
now 7:20.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the time now being 7:20, that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:20.
The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue.
I will answer the question in relation to some of the land matters. Member from St. Catherine Northwest, they will come out in some of the other answers that I will give. But I will answer this directly, even though it was not directly raised, but I was unaware of any difficulty in having meetings with JBI, right? And that we will fix. So already prior to this, I had said in the last time we had a conversation around bauxite that I have asked, that I plan to convene a meeting with all the members of parliament from bauxite areas, and I've directed the JBI to do so. So when we have that meeting, which I expect to have within the next 2 weeks, because I also want to speak about the bauxite community development program that we're going into, that some of these issues will be raised and will be dealt with. The member from Southeast St. Anne, again, the consistency of payment in relation to the DUS is not a matter that has come to me before, right? I would again ask seriously that you pen a letter to me around it. These things have to be recorded. Remember how our bauxite industry is. We are dealing with private companies. So it is good that the minister, to embark on these conversations, has some evidentiary backing to say that this is the situation. And I can't think of a higher person than the representative in the area to literally say these complaints have come in and you want this matter to be resolved immediately. You did ask, and it does fall within, about challenges in relation to enforcement. And there has been, I guess, challenges over the years. I think it's very hard to speak on administrations before. But what I will say is that now our focus is on enforcement, right? And that I do believe that in some of these areas, and I will go into it in responding to some of the things from the member from South Manchester, in some of these areas, we should have been doing better enforcement. And if we had been doing better enforcement, we would not be having some of these challenges. And these challenges, quite frankly, undermine the industry in total. So sometimes it may be seen that enforcement actually, as I have said to the players in the industry, enforcement helps the industry because the terms that have been set are for the protection of the greater good. And I think that is important. I will deal with the formal lease arrangements. So some of the questions are repeated, but I'll deal with it one time. The member from Northwest Manchester, again, some of the questions are outside the scope of very good questions, right? Definitely, the issue of Hall Road was raised in terms of the amount of land, and the bauxite companies are to stick to a schedule in relation to preparing haul roads to bring bauxite. And I have said to the Jamaica Bauxite Institute and the commissioner who interacts that there has to be extenuating circumstances where that is not adhered to. Now, some of the companies have had some extenuating circumstances. I'll speak a little bit about that. But with that said, I will look into the matter of what is happening regarding maintenance on the public thoroughfare. Now, clearly that would cross over into another ministry, but having raised it, I think it is something worthy of looking into. Let me deal with the matter of lands in general. I have mandated that we are to do a full audit of the bauxite lands that are either have been mined and have been reclaimed but have not been handed back to government. Because there is to be another step, because those lands are to be returned to the Commissioner of Lands. So I've asked for audit to be done on that one. Two, the lands that there are no plans to mine, that are still under the purview of the bauxite company, that they have already determined for multiple reasons that it would not be economical to mine those lands, that those lands again be handed back to the government so that we can put them to productive use. And that would be across all the areas, North, West St. Catherine, across all the areas, Southeast St. Anne. I had that discussion with the company in Southeast St. Anne. And that also means that where the land has not yet been handed back to the member from South Manchester, one of his questions, where the bauxite company is still in possession, but based on their mining plan, they are not going to reach to that area for another 5-10 years. And that area is occupied by farmers, or can be occupied by farmers, that they enter into lease arrangement with these farmers, or allow us through the Agri-Invest Corporation to enter into leases with the company, and then we can sublease to the farmers so that they have some tenureship. That's very, very important. That's something that we're pushing for this year, because it's critical, as was raised from the member from Southeast St. Anne, that these farmers have tenureship, that they can be able to go to the bank or go to their institutions and say that this is their property that they are farming. We have reaped some success over the last decade, I would say, where we've gotten the companies to not only give back some of the land, but to work with us to establish greenhouse clusters on some of these lands. And those clusters have gone very well. And under the BCDP, which we will outline to you, members of parliament, we are looking to establish some more of those clusters. And sometimes strategically, as we did in content, we said to the bauxite company, do not restore this pit, because we're going to use this pit as a water catchment area. And then that makes sense because it works in terms of helping the farmers and the greenhouse. The lack of access. Oh, well, let's talk about that. You had asked about the reason for delay. Member from Northwest Manchester, I don't remember what was the delay question in relation to, but oh, so I have to be I wouldn't want to proffer a reason on behalf of the company for their delay. The approach that I have taken and that I have said to the Commissioner of Mines is that we're embarking now on a zero tolerance approach in relation to the time for certification, right? So, as you would have seen, those 70 hectares should have been rehabilitated and certified by the end of 2025, and we have already written to the company in that regard. It is for the company to say to us if there were extenuating circumstances that made that impossible, and then we would have to consider it, right? But I wouldn't want to hazard any guesses in that regard. The member from South Manchester, he got the greatest latitude and made a lot of comments before he went to the questions. I will check in relation to whether the 25,000 is a one-off fee per hectare or whether that's an annual fee. I don't have that information at hand, but I will find out. The reality is, as difficult as it may sound, oftentimes the mines have not been fully depleted because of these issues. So it goes back to another thing that I've said to the companies. In keeping with your mining plan, even though you may not plan to go into an area for another 10 years, you may need to take steps to secure that land. Because a lot of these lands are privately owned now. They're not government owned, right? The government owned good bauxite land, most of the companies already have. So a lot of these lands are privately owned. So there is nothing stopping a private owner from
building, from investing, which sends up the cost of acquisition. So sometimes when the companies are ready to go to acquire, they have real challenges with the private owners to acquire that property. And we do try to mediate as far as possible, but that's as far as we go, because you do understand the two private individuals, company and the person, looking at what they think is in their best interest. The other thing that is a real issue, bauxite has different qualities. And in order to ensure that you're maximizing productivity and also profitability, there is some blending that happens. So sometimes you have to leave what is a lower grade bauxite until you reach another area with a higher grade bauxite and blend it to create what you're trying to get out, especially in relation to when you're processing aluminum. With that said, I will ask the Commissioner of Mines to look into the length of time that these areas have remained unmined. And as was indicated in the answer, some of that work has started. In terms of a I spoke about the formal lease program, and we're going to move to that. In terms of a standardization of the claims, sometimes that be challenging. I hear you. What we have standardized is the assessment through RADA, right? So RADA will provide that assessment support. But oftentimes on both sides, oftentimes the farmer also wants to be able to negotiate, right? And the farmer also may have a view in relation to value. It's one of the areas, one of the things I had said in one of my presentations, we've started a process of training agricultural valuators. It's not something that we have a lot of. Somebody that is trained to value and has a certification to value agricultural loss, right? That would make it a little bit easier for people to agree. And as you know, having served in rural constituencies, farmers have very strong views about the value of their crops, right? But definitely in terms of the assessment, the standardization through RADA, the community council, and I'll come back to the community council, the resettlement, but you are right. And I'm happy you raised the point, because it does make the point that a lot of these issues were prior to this government, right? That a lot of the people were resettled under previous administrations and nothing were done to get the titles for them. We are fixing it. So the question was asked about a task force. There is a land titling committee that I've assigned Minister Witter to chair, and they meet. And the last meeting was held with members of the NLA. And we are now exploring whether we can use the systematic land titling to quickly resolve some of these issues. You have some issues as you raise, some estate issues, but the people are still occupying. Systematic can make it easier to treat with that. Now, clearly, there's a cost, and we are looking at maybe a shared model, because at the end of the day, we think it's in the country's interest for these people to get their titles. So we are having those discussions, and I will share more when we meet. I won't speak to the adequacy of the dust compensation, right? Normally, my understanding is that a lot of these are agreements reached with the community councils, and a lot that you said, the member from South Manchester, speaks to, one of the last points you made, that the community councils are not functioning as they should for a number of different reasons. So I had already asked for a study to be done on the community councils by JBI, and we are looking to see how we can revamp the community councils. The first thing is that MPs have to be included in the consultation framework. And the member from Northwest St. Catherine raised that as an issue that should be non-negotiable, right? So we are going to come with a revamp of the community council. We will again put it before the MPs to get some buy-in before we go to the companies. But the reality, and remember, I grew up in a bauxite area where the community council was very strong, very active, but like most, they have waned over the years. And it's very, very important. Outside of that, I think I have dealt with. No, I have to be fair. A lot of the water trucking is for potable water. Yes, they do some trucking for suppressing dust, but a lot of it is potable water. But I take your point and I will raise it about information sharing. And one of the things I want, and that we have started the process, and it goes back to a matter raised from Southeast St. Anne. We want to move from the trucking of water to working with the government to take that money to put in the pipes to get the people the water in the communities, right? Doesn't make sense we're spending 4 million US for years when that could have outfit the entire area with a pipe network, right? So that they can get the water in their pipes. So we have spoken about that, and that is something that we're embarking on. I think it is unreasonable, member, to relate the share price of a group of companies to their operation of a subsidiary in a local setting. We have to bear in mind that Jamalco would have but it is unreasonable because you can't look at the global share price as the boy, the share price look good. And if we take that approach, we may make bad decisions. We know for a fact that Jamalco would have suffered from a major fire a few years ago. We know for a fact that Jamalco would have suffered from Hurricane Beryl, from major damage to their port. And we also know that they went through a major shutdown for Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. We have to take all of these things into account with anything that we do in relation to the industry. We do not want to, we have to ensure that the industry remains viable. As much as we are dedicated and determined to ensure that we get our fair share, we must also appreciate that in 2025, we expect the amount that bauxite and alumina contributes to our GDP to increase from 1.8% of GDP in 2024 to be over 2%. And if we can get those numbers up, it is better for all of us. With that said, I thank the members for their... What I would say is that I was looking, the JBI, to the members' question about data. The JBI does do annual reports, and those annual reports do contain a fair amount of data. I will look to see if some of the things that were here were there. But again, I think it is clear to the House that my policy is these matters, the data on these matters must be shared and will be shared. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say to the minister that I appreciate the collegial tone and manner in which you have responded, because I think this is something that's of great concern to all our constituents. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set.
The motion is on the floor that this meeting now stand adjourned. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Let's talk granting aid. Eligible targeted loan applicants may receive a non-repayable granting aid of $60,000. These funds can be used for school-related expenses such as traveling, buying food, housing, or purchasing a laptop, for example. Eligibility is determined by the financial circumstances of applicants and the availability of grants. Apply early at slbja.com and be one of 4,200 beneficiaries of our granting aid.
In a world full of noise, it's easy to miss what really matters. That's why we're here. Why it matters. Discussions that break down the issues you didn't know you needed to know. The stories overshadowed. The facts you were never told. And the topics too important to ignore. Credible, clear, connected to your life. If you've ever wondered what's really going on and why should you care, this is the show for you. Why it matters. Because understanding the world, our world, starts with asking the right questions and getting the answers from the right people. Why it matters. Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. Well then, let's propel we nation moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency is the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public while on the road to republic. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We are the road to republic.
Message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
Hi.
Wait, look at it.
What? You can't be serious.
No, this is what I'm talking about.
Jeremy, tell us something in the voting business, you know?
Yet you have the most to say about the government, past and present.
But of course, I'm a Jamaican, and everything the government does or doesn't do affects me.
Exactly, sir. I'm glad I say it. Everything the government does and doesn't do affects all of us. But the most effective way to ensure all of our voices are heard is to not yap away to our friends, but to be a part of the selection process by voting.
Chidre, you just come on and bother myself. Look how me coming on a nice dress, and you not even compliment me. But you have to earth up my head about what? Like, be for real.
You see it, and I wonder why you know the fact that we need you.
You're gone.
I'm kidding, babe. You know, you look good. So much so got me thinking about your future. It made me want to have an important conversation pertaining that future. Possibly the most important conversation we're ever going to have.
Are you proposing marriage?
Well, the second most important conversation we're ever going to have. Only have a say in who governs us.
I know, babe, but like, I wouldn't know where to start.
And that's fine. Let's start here. Look at the candidates. Don't pay no mind to what the people are saying. Let us educate ourselves using factual and unbiased forums. We're young and we're educated, and we're going to vote in that manner.
You know, me just that we're voting for all people, though.
Well, the thing about it is, everybody over 18 and able-minded should vote. But when you say voting for old people, you realize that you leave it up to the persons who are soon gone and who leave us in the Gideon. Young people too must be involved in the electoral process, and I'm not going to make this election go by and me not check a box. So listen, vote for me now.
I didn't realize you're running for office.
You know what I mean, babe. Just do it.
Or you're bidding for Nike. What? Like, I'm laughing, but I hear you. I'm honestly just afraid I might make the wrong decision.
and that's fine. But understand, an informed decision is the best decision, no matter the outcome. So I say, I'm gonna make you do it.
All right, babe, me could do it.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules set to keep everything fair so the game play better. Betting, gaming and lotteries commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Hi everyone, let's talk granting aid. Eligible targeted loan applicants may receive a non-repayable granting aid of $60,000. These funds can be used for school-related expenses such as traveling, buying food, housing, or purchasing a laptop, for example. Eligibility is determined by the financial circumstances of applicants and the availability of a grant. Apply early at slbja.com and be one of 4,200 beneficiaries of our granting aid.
Can you imagine getting a marketable skill for free? Your government has made it possible for anyone wanting to learn a skill to get free training through the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules set to keep everything fair so the game play better. Betting, gaming and lotteries commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
You know, throughout my life, I've been through so much. A lot of people wouldn't think I'll reach here. My parents sacrificed a lot. And yes, unfortunately, my father isn't here to see what I'm going to get. But my mother is here and my other family.
On Heroes Day 2025, Johan Blake was awarded the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander CD for his contribution to track and field and philanthropy in Jamaica. You may know him as the Beast or the second fastest man in history, but behind the track and medals lies a heart rooted in humility, faith, and purpose. Born in the parish of St. James, Johan didn't grow up dreaming of Olympic lights and world championships. In fact, his first love wasn't even track and field at all.
Running wasn't my thing. You know, cricket was always my thing, and it's still my first love up to today.
But there was someone who saw something special within him, something that led to a different passion.
A principal, Mr. Uncle, you know, saw me running up to bowl and say, you know, I need to send that guy to St. Jago to Danny Arton. And from that day, he transferred me to St. Jago. Danny Arton, changed my life and get me into track and field.
Coach Danny Hawthorne remembers as if it was just yesterday.
My first meeting with you, Blake, was at primary RDA School Championships at the National Stadium, where I went there for 2 days. The first day I saw him in the preliminaries. I think he came second in the preliminary, but his first 30 minutes was very appealing to me. And I watched him and said, this boy is going to be a good guy.
Before becoming a global name, and before he was known as the second fastest man in history, Johan was already turning heads. One moment stands out.
I could remember clearly, and my first race was at JC. It wasn't the track at the time, it was on grass. I run the hurdles, I run 400, I run 100, I run 200. You know, because they test me out in different events, and didn't like the hurdles. It wasn't my thing. The 4 wasn't my thing, and I run a personal best 1089 on the grass, and you know, in a big spikes as well. The spikes wasn't my size, and you know, from there everything kind of changed. The coach saw the potential and said, okay, we're going to work with this young man.
And that decision paid off. Since starting his professional career in 2009, Johan Blake has become a double Olympic gold and silver medalist, as well as a 2-time world champion. He held the Jamaican national junior 100 meters record for 7 years and is one of only 3 sprinters to break the 10-second barrier before turning 20. At just 21 years old, he became the youngest 100-meter champion in history. In 2011, he clocked 19.26 seconds in the 200 meters, the second fastest time ever. A year later, at the London Olympics, he ran 9.69 in the 100 meters, cementing his place on the world stage.
In 2011, when I made that breakthrough, becoming the youngest and still the 100-meter world champion, you know, it opened doors. So opening that doors allowed me to create this foundation where I know where I was coming from, where there was no food hardly, and my mother, when she get a little money, sometimes we don't even go to school because we need that money to cook some food.
Those early struggles planted the seed for something greater. Off the track, he turned his attention to something even more important than winning medals: philanthropy, giving back through his Why Be Afraid Foundation, a sanctuary for children in need.
We have the future to protect, and the future to protect is the young ones, and that's why I've adopted 3 homes in Jamaica: the Mount Olivet, in Mandeville, the Pringles home, in St. Mary, and the Garland home, which is in Montego Bay, that we've done a lot of work with. I decided to nurture the next future.
Through his foundation, Johan is providing much more than inspiration. At Mount Olivet Boys Home, he founded a sports complex, a multi-story dormitory, and a football turf. Established in 1967, it currently houses boys between 12 and 17 years of age.
Johan Blake, through his Why Be Afraid Foundation, has adopted the home since 2011, and he has been a beacon to us. As a matter of fact, the building in the background that you're looking at is donated by the Why Be Afraid Foundation. Apart from the facility he has provided, he continues to provide programs for the boys. So he would have them involved in health and wellness. He would have provided educational program because, you know, he had drummers, instructor who does drumming. I know when you beat the drum, it's an outlet for the boys.
For Johan, this work is guided by something deeper.
The Bible says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the gate of heaven. So if I can do all of that, that's what I'm going to do. If I can create a world where I try to get each and everyone at work, that's what I have to do.
In a world where fame often fades fast, Johan's impact remains not just through sprinting, but through a consistent commitment to helping others.
Johan, you have done great. Keep on doing good. Remember, you always say, God is love. Keep on saying it. God always loves you.
With all he's achieved, he's still dreaming of family, new adventures, and yes, cricket.
I'm just excited about what next. You know, starting a family, go around doing more charity work around the world, not just only in Jamaica, but I have to make sure I take care of home first. So that's what's in the pipeline. Do a little bit of commentary on cricket because I always want to do that, you know. Bowling Shane and all those things. Yeah.
Congratulations, Mr. Blake, on this well-deserved award.
For contribution to athletics in the area of track and field and for philanthropy.
Congratulations, Mr. Blake. Thank you for all you have done for us.
This is the mantra of superstar athlete and the second fastest man in history over the 100 and 200 meters.
Thank you, Government of Jamaica, for this prestigious award. It really means a lot.
Johan Blake, a man whose legacy will be measured not only by how fast he ran, but by how deeply he cared.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself.
They're afraid I'll escape. See how my hand and face bruise up? Then beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888 Protect.
Na 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 na. We want a peaceful Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence no more.
You sure this is okay?
Relationships can get complicated.
You've avoided seeing me now for almost a year. But you still take my calls. It simply means you're not over me yet.
Okay. Some relationships stay complicated.
And don't take it easy, Danny. I've wasted a lot of my time with you. You know what? Let me just silence this all together.
It's done, isn't it?
What do you expect from me, Stanley?
Just forgive me.
Crocodile tears? Once a cheater, always a cheater.
When there's trouble in paradise, what do? Watch the story unfold in a brand new season of Mirrors in Paradise. Saturdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 6:30 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%. And January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Hello there, welcome to this Tuesday edition of Jamaica Magazine. I'm your host, Adrian Atkinson. Coming up on today's program, we take a look back at a year of progress within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We'll have that and more, so please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Sometimes when we plant, we expect growth. And instead, something comes along and uproots it. Not at harvest time, but when we least expect it. Do we give up? Never. Because resilience is the heartbeat of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. From setback to strength, watch how the ministry stood firm and pushed forward. Catch highlights of the resilience in action through 5 major achievements from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, airing January 21st, 2026.
Good day, I'm Theodore Henry, and this is your JIS News for Tuesday, January 20, 2026. The government has received $160 million in tools and building materials from housing developer New Era Developments Limited. The supplies are to facilitate the government's Shelter Recovery Program, SRP, to restore roofs in hurricane-impacted parishes. The handover took place at the Jamaica Defense Force JDF Forward Operating Base in Luana, St. Elizabeth on Friday. In thanking the entity, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness said the contribution highlighted the value of public-private partnership in strengthening the country's disaster response.
I'm sure the people of Luana, Middle Quarters, Akongpong, Bluefields and White House, where work has already begun, I'm sure that they are most grateful.
Dr. Holness also expressed gratitude to the engineering troops from Ghana, Rwanda, and Guyana who are working with the JDF in the rebuilding process. President of New Era Developments, Antoinette Tadeo, said the SRP reflected the company's shared commitment to national building, restoring dignity, and strengthening resilience.
While work continues, the progress achieved thus far is both meaningful and commendable, and it stands as a testament to what we can accomplish through collaboration and purpose.
The National Housing Trust, NHT, has, to date, paid out $324 million in housing grants to 810 applicants under the Hurricane Relief Grant Initiative. Managing Director of the NHT, Martin Miller, made the disclosure during a sitting of Parliament's Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, PAAC, last week. He informed that the NHT had received 2,573 applications up to January 13, with 995 processed to date.
Just to give an idea, the distribution in terms of application, 617 from St. James, 225 from Manchester, 303 from Westmoreland, and I don't want to park Westmoreland a little because we're having some challenges. We had certainly in the early stages in terms of us being able to get to the affected persons. So we had to use various mechanisms.
Mr. Miller told the PAAC that 794 applications were received for St. Elizabeth, and the NHT processed 360 and settled 251 in terms of payment. He also informed of the requirement by the agency to verify ownership or lawful occupation of damaged properties, while recognizing that in some communities, formal land titles were uncommon.
The time frame that we establish is one year, having received all the documentation. And by documentation, we ask for pictures, evidence of ownership, or some rights to the property. Because if you are from rural Jamaica, you'll recognize that houses pass down from one generation to another generation. So you may not be in possession of a title. So we had to come up with other mechanisms such as the use of a JP, or recognized principal, or something to that effect.
Mr. Miller said all things being equal, once all documentations were received, within 3 days, the NHT would be able to visit the site, do verification and validation in less than a week, and then submit for payments. The recently launched Shelter Recovery Program, SRP, will employ a multi-channel payment system aimed at improving efficiency, flexibility, and accountability in the distribution of assistance to beneficiaries. Under the program, payments will be made through a range of options, including digital vouchers, prepaid or payment cards, or direct deposits to beneficiaries' bank accounts. Other options will be via approved remittance and checks in exceptional circumstances. Minister of Labour and Social Security Pernell Charles Jr. says the approach is intended to accommodate the different circumstances of affected households. It is also to strengthen transparency and accountability in the use of public funds.
For the larger portions, it is our intention to make sure that how we deliver it is in such a way that establishes and assures the country of not just efficiency, but accountability. And so we will be utilizing primarily for that larger portion, the digital formats and vouchers that allow for us to know when it's used, how it is used, and to be able to ring fence and have some management, better management over where it is used.
Minister Charles Jr. indicates that safeguards have been built into the SRP, including digital verification receipts, improved contact mechanisms, and expanded community outreach. These include self-reporting tools, direct contact numbers, and calling cards given to residents to ensure access to internet connection.
We have put in place the overlaying structure to make sure that we can identify through the TRN and other means to ensure that persons get only into one stream.
Persons who have not yet been assessed are being encouraged to report their damage by visiting any Ministry of Labour and Social Security parish office. Work is well advanced to construct the new $150 million Trelawney Infirmary after the previous structure was destroyed by Hurricane Melissa in October last year. Minister of Local Government and Community Development, Desmond McKenzie, says the project marks the first major reconstruction initiative under the National Infrastructure Reconstruction Agency program. The minister toured the construction site in Falmouth on Thursday to assess the work in progress.
This phase of the work is to provide residence for the people who live within our infirmaries. We are going to be putting down a number of self-made containers. We're doing now the groundwork, putting in the base, and then we'll be putting in the concrete structure.
Minister McKenzie says the second phase of the project will include additional facilities, such as a storeroom, laundry facility, staff accommodation, and a required isolation unit, among other amenities.
Within another 2 to 3 months, we'll transform this, and you will see a total rebuild of the Trelawney Infirmary, which was totally devastated by Melissa.